Hello, today is Monday, April 5th, 2021, and we're going to be doing some very interesting stuff today. It's going to be a little bit different than normal, so let me get everything turned on here. Let me make sure that my green screen is cooperating. It appears to be. Okay, so this is not Unity, obviously. We're going to be doing something a little bit different for this stream. So the first thing we're going to show is something that I've been wanting to show for a while, probably a week actually. I managed to, well, I saw a video on YouTube, and it was about writing Java without any semicolons. And the idea was, could you write hello world without doing that? And so, of course, I'd spent about maybe 30 or something minutes trying to figure it out for myself. It's actually not that complicated. But what I figured I'd do is I tried to take the joke as far as I could. And so I wondered if I could write FizzBuzz in Java, like the FizzBuzz program in Java, without using any semicolons, and it turns out that you actually can. It's very interesting, and it's very terrible. So I'm going to show how to do that, just so that people can see that. And then after we get done with that, I'm going to see if you can write a game in Unity without using any semicolons, because I believe you can, but I have not tried it. Anyway, prepare your eyes, because this is pretty terrible. I'm also going to explain how to do this and why it works, by the way. I'll explain how this program works, and then I will explain how to actually do the no semicolons things. It's actually kind of funny. But anyway, prepare your eyes. All right, so this is what it looks like. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So there are a couple caveats. First one is the package. You don't actually technically need this, because you could put this in the default package, which I noted here. So you wouldn't actually need this if this were in the default package. Also, for those who don't know, in Java, I'm not counting this, because if you write import util.list, so if you have list here, you can actually do this way of writing it. You can write the fully qualified name, and then in that case, you actually wouldn't need the imports. So I'm just keeping the imports around so that we don't have to have all this extra junk. But technically, all of these could be removed. So that's why that is. But anyway, to prove that it has no semicolons, so we'll Control F, and then we'll look for semicolons. So you'll see that whenever we get down to here, the last one, if we say find, it goes back up here. That's because there's nothing in here. There's none at all. So you might be asking, how on earth does this actually work? Which is a fairly good question. So this actually uses a modified solution from someone, a speaker for, I can't remember which conference, by the name of Kevlin Henney. Anyway, I was watching his way of writing FizzBuzz in a completely stateless way, and it's actually interesting what you can do. So what you do is you declare a list of, well, actually, let me backtrack and explain what this actually is. So this is FizzBuzz, but we don't use any semicolons. We also don't use any if statements, so there's no branching. There's also no, There's no math at all. So no mathematical comparisons. There's also no, what's the other thing? I think it's completely stateless as well, depending on how you want to define stateless. But yeah, it's pretty much completely stateless and completely without if statements and such. Yeah, basically that's what it is. No if statements, no mathematics, and no semicolons. So the way that you actually do this in Java, it's kind of cool. So the way that it works, is you declare a list of empty strings, 2 empty strings and then fizz, and then 4 empty strings and buzz. And then what you do is you just keep cycling these, right? So the first time through we have, blank, blank, fizz. And so what we do is for 0, or not for 0, for 1, because it starts at 1, we basically take a look at this, and we'll say, okay, well, that's the empty string. And then what we do is we cycle it so that we end up with a list that looks like this. And then we look at the thing at the beginning of the list for 2, and we say, well, that's empty, so we just print out, and so the result here is that we print out 1, and the result here is that we print out 2, and then what we do is we cycle the list for the 3rd time, and we will end up with fizz at the front. And so we print out fizz, because we see that, apologies. So if there's So for the number, if there's the empty string, we print out the number. Same thing here, empty string, we print out the number. But if there's fizz, we print out the actual word here. I'm going to do the same thing for buzz. And so basically we just combine the fizz and the buzz value. And so we end up with empty, 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 fizz, buzz, etc. Just to prove that this works, I'm just going to go here and run it as a Java application. And if you look, we get up to 100 and it prints out buzz because 100 is divisible by 5. And then same thing, 1, 2 fizz, 4 buzz, fizz, yeah. And so you end up at 14, and then at 15 you end up with fizz buzz, which is the correct answer. So the question is, so we do the alternation, but the question is, how do you actually, do this? How do you do the comparison of whether or not it's the empty string without actually doing a comparison? And so the way that I've done it here is you do it with a dictionary. You basically, a dictionary or a map. So we add fizz and buzz, and if we get the empty string, we know that this just needs to print out the number. So we take a lambda here that takes the key and then the number. So the key is basically this here, and then the number is the actual number that we, the index of the iteration, right? So it'll be 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. And so the first, so the empty string maps to a lambda that will just print out the number. And so the reason that we're doing string.concat here is because that avoids the mathematical operation. I mean, technically it's not math because it's between two strings, but whatever. I just avoided it anyway, because I thought it was cool. And then the other three actually all do the same thing. They just print out the key itself, because if the key is buzz, fizz, or fizz buzz, then we just want to print out the key. We don't want to bother with anything else. And so, yeah, that's how that works. So basically we iterate through everything, and then what we do is we say instream.range from 1 to 101. So I believe this is exclusive. Yes, it's exclusive, because they usually are. And then what we do is we will take the name to function, which is the map, the map from the string to the actual lambda function. And then what we'll do is we'll get fizzes of 0, and then we'll concatenate that with buzzes of 0. So that's the first of fizz and buzz. So that'll be the empty string fizz, buzz, or fizz buzz will be all the results. And then we apply it to that as the key, or we apply the key to it and then the index of the second value. And then what we do here is we just shift the lists. You have to do it this way, or at least I believe you have to do it this way, because fizz is itself, like the list that gets returned from list.of, is non-modifiable. But it also has the other effect of meaning that we never mutate fizz, and we never mutate buzz. So these are actually immutable and effectively immutable and stateless. If you could, if I could write functions or something, because you really can't, but if I could, what you'd end up with is, you could redefine this as a recursive function. And it would work perfectly fine, because you're not really mutating any state. The issue is that there's not really any way to write a function in Java without writing the semicolon, at least not that I've been able to find. And I tried to do it with lambdas, but I wasn't able to work out the lambda. I think it can be done, but the part of the problem too is that you can't have a lambda that really is self-referential without mutating a reference to it beforehand. So, I mean, I guess you could build the lambda dynamically, but it's kind of hard to, not entirely easy to do that. But yeah, that's how that works. And so the question becomes, how did you actually figure this out? Like, what is this actually doing, and why does it work with no semicolons? So the important thing to know about that is that, if you have like a statement in Java, so let's say, what's a good example? So like this name, or trying to think how I can show this off. So if you have, like, let's say any statement of, I plus equal to 1, right? This mutates the value of I, but the problem is that in Java, if we were to say, var I equals 0, and then I plus equal to 1, what we end up with is that we have to write a semicolon here. Just ignore this for now, we can get rid of it later. But this is the statement that we're actually trying to get rid of the semicolon on. And so the issue that you get is that you have to find a way to terminate a statement without actually writing a semicolon. And it turns out there's this, it's an old C derivative trick, or an old, I think it's a carryover from C. But anyway, if you write if you write, so for instance, if you have, well, sorry, I'm trying to show two things at once. So if we have an if statement, right, we can actually put a statement in here and it gets terminated automatically. Well, actually, it's a good way to put it. Yeah, we can put a statement in here and it gets terminated automatically as long as it evaluates to something, right? So if we say, as long as it has a value, we can do that. So we could say, you know, if I is equal to 0, now we don't need a semicolon to terminate that, right? So you could say, you know, for a Boolean, you could say I equals 0. And so for this value, you actually do need a semicolon to terminate it, but here you don't. And so what you do is there's this sort of trick in Java that you can do, where what you can do is you can surround, you can surround the statement here with a value, and you could say, you know, equals false or something, right? And so what this does is this evaluates this statement, which you can get away with the semicolon, and then you can compare it to false. So this is good for values, or for things that don't return necessarily a Boolean value. Like here it does, so it doesn't matter. What you can do is you can grab this, and you can put this in here, and then you can say is equal to 0. And this will execute this assignment, and then it'll return the value of I, and then it will compare it to 0. And so this comparison does nothing, and as long as this value is true, you'll execute the code within here. And so you can actually nest if statements this way as well. And so what this will do is this is effectively the same thing as incrementing I twice. Right? And so this is how you sort of do it. But if we have the the constraint of no if statements, you actually have to do it with while loops, which you can also do, by the way, as long as the while never executes, it's fine. So for instance, this will never be true and that will never be true, but the assignment still executes anyway. And so you end up with statements that get terminated and then no actual loop being executed. It's kind of cool. But anyway, that's how it gets done. That's what these do. And so we have the for loop, so that accounts for all of this, you know, because the for loop iterates through, well, actually, no, the for loop doesn't. This for loop, what does this one actually do? Oh, okay, so this for loop, right. So this is a for each loop. Well, I mean, this one is too. But the difference with this one, oh, okay, right. I have to explain that. All of these do the same thing, but that accounts for this stuff. So the other question is, how do you declare a variable without writing a semicolon? Because if we said again var I equals 0, we still have to write a semicolon here, right? But that's not necessarily true. So what you can do is you can say for, let's say var I in list.of 0. Oops. So for var I in list.of, let's say 0. And so this, because it terminates the statement, right? What this will do is it will only execute once because the list only has one element. And so inside of here, now what we can do is we can say, you know, I plus equal to whatever, you know, I plus equal to 1. And we can actually still use I within here because what we've done is, you know, this is just a way to do an assignment without an if state or without a semicolon. Because it only executes once for the 0, and we just have to surround the 0 with a list, and the for each loop will unpack it for us. And so that's what these are doing here, is it says that fizzes is equal to this list, so we actually have a list inside of a list, and then the for each loop will unpack that list into this. So this gets stored into fizzes, that gets stored into buzzes, and then for the map, we have to do this in 2 layers, so we store the keys first, then we store the list of arrays, or list of something, a list of bifunctions that go into a list. Yeah, a list of bifunctions here. But we have to use this arrays that as list. And you may not be familiar with this syntax in Java. This is basically how you tell the compiler what the generic type is for a method, because as list is a generic method. At least I believe it is. But yeah, it is. So since it's a generic method, the compiler may not be able to figure out what type it is, and that is indeed the case. So if I remove this, the compiler actually can't guarantee that any of this is true. But if we put this in here, now it can. Now it can figure it out. So it gives the compiler a little hint for you. So that's what that syntax does. And so this is just a for each loop that what it does is it assigns name to function. That's what it's for. So it creates a list, and what it does is it creates a stream from 1 to 4, basically a stream of 4 elements. And then what it'll do is it'll map the index into the keys.get at the index and the functions.get at the index. I think you could do this with a, not a stream, but you could do this with a int stream, I think, which would be a little bit cleaner than that. But yeah, and then the while loops, basically I just wrote them this way so that we could see more easily what they're doing over here, rather than having the trailing null. But yeah, that's how you write code in Java with no semicolons. It's pretty fun, and it's pretty crazy. Anyway, what we're going to do now is we're going to swap over to Unity and try to do the same thing in Unity. Because I think you can. But I do want to check something, because I am not convinced this is working the way I thought it was. I have to check something. Oh, I know what the problem is. Yep, I know what the problem is. That's a problem. Okay. Give me 5 seconds. I will still be here, but I do need to do something off screen because I don't want to do it on screen because etc, etc, etc. Yep, I had forgotten to do that. That's very unfortunate. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, whatever. Alright. Apologies. So I had to put that, had to do something. Okay, so that's how we do that. So now, let us go into Unity and try to take the joke a little bit further, because I think we can. And also, let me change the stream title. So let's create a new project. Let's say it's going to be 2D. So what we're going to do is we're going to create Snake in Unity, but we're not going to use any semicolons. So let's see what we can do. Let's say Snake in Unity, no semicolons. How would I do this? Let's try this. Alright, there we go. Now I can also add the game development tags. There we go. Yeah, more tags are more better. Okay, camera has stabilized. Let me also get rid of Eclipse. Well, I'll wait till this boots up. Yeah. So this might end up being a bit of a longer stream, but, you know, we'll deal with it. Alright. So, right, okay, this is great. I always use the 3D version of Unity, or the 3D project thing, and it comes with all the extra junk that I don't want. So it's good to not have to get rid of it. I'm sure there's a way to tell Unity that we don't want it, but I'm not going to worry about it. Whoop, nope. Yes, reload. There we go. Okay. So, I'm going to create Snake in Unity, but using no semicolons. Hey, Lord Warrior, how's it going? We are starting like the second part of this stream. So the first part of this stream, I showed how to write some Java code without any semicolons. And this part of the stream, we're going to write a game in Unity without using any semicolons. It's going to be really fun. I think I've talked to you on Discord, is that right? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think of the concept? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of the concept? Do you think it's possible? Because I don't actually know if it's possible, but I want to try it. I know it's good. Yeah. It's sort of that's sort of the thing I'm trying to do with this stream is to help people. And I hope it's successful. So let's see here. What are we going to call this? We'll say the player. Alright. So I think, so the first challenge is how do we actually do user input with no semicolons? So what we can do is I am going to do the thing where we don't even use any using directives, because we don't technically need them, so we can just do this. Alright, so far so good. Okay, so let's see how this goes. So let's say private void update. Okay. And so the problem is we're not going to be able to store any variables at all. There's ways to get around that with like primitives, but the question is really going to be, how do we store the next update time? So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to use some kind of periodic mathematical function to do it. So probably like sine or something. Probably like a sine or a cosine wave, because those have maxima at 1 and -1. So I think what we can do, I'm trying to think, this is going to be the hard part, is trying to figure out how we can get a constant sort of update loop. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do is we will say, so we can use, well actually no, we're going to put in the using directives just for now, but we'll do it later. We'll get rid of them later, just for my own sanity. Okay, because otherwise I have to type like unityengine.mathf.whatever. So what we want to do is we want to store, so for like the actual snake, the first thing we want to do is we want to get it moving around just using the arrow keys. So what we can do is we can say if input.getKeyDown, key code dot, let's say W, not A, W. Actually, we put the making an exception for using because technically you can write this without it. There we go. Okay, so what we can do, we can say if input.getKeyDown, and this returns a bool. Okay, that's good. The main issue is going to be calling functions that don't return a value. That's going to be really hard. What we can do is we can say if, and what we'll do is we'll say, well actually no, we'll do it the easy way first. We'll say transform.position plus equal to vector3.up, or no, vector2.up, sorry. So say vector2.up, and so this actually returns a value. So what we can do is we can say, as long as this, let's say is vector2.0 not equal to that, then we'll say if, okay, and it doesn't like that. Why does it not like that? Oh no. Oh, that's fine, okay. Sure, vector3.up. Oh no. Vector3.0? Yeah, okay, great. So that's how we can do stuff without, that's how we can do movement without any semicolons. So basically what this does is it just does a comparison. The comparison's completely meaningless, but it allows us to mutate something without a semicolon. And that's the one thing that we want to do. Okay, so that's W, let's say A, and let's say S, and let's say D. Let's see what we get. So we said W, A, S, and D, and I duplicated this 4 times. I didn't mean to do that. I only meant 3. Okay, and of course this version of the code is going to be ugly at first, but it's fine, we can fix it later. So this will be vector3.right, and then this will be vector3. Is there a vector3.down? There is a vector3.down, that's nice. And then a vector3.left, okay, cool. And so this should let us move the character around with no, I think we don't have any. We only have the 1. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. We only have the 1. Alright, so let's check this out first. So let's say we create a folder, and then let's say images. Sure, images. And then I think we can create a sprite that's a square. I think Unity added that feature at some point. Maybe it was always there. Maybe I just never noticed it. Oh my god, there's a way to do this. It's 2D, it's sprites, and then it's square. Alright, it's lame, but you can do it that way, and we're going to do it that way. Oh, why does this still have... Interesting. Okay, sure, whatever. So let's create an empty. Let's call this the player. This is going to be like the head of the snake. All right. And then let us create, or let's add, oh wait, what am I doing? I want to add a component, player component. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now if we do this, oh, I didn't add the sprite, whoops. So let's add a sprite renderer. Hey, percentage guy, how's it going? So what I'm gonna do is I'll try the game after I get this done. So what we're doing right now is we are trying to make a game in Unity, but we're not using any semicolons. So it's kind of fun. I don't know if it's possible, but we're gonna figure out if it's possible. By the way, Gravelbox categories seem to get rejected. Oh, that's sad. Oh, I was looking forward to putting it in the right category. I can't remember, but yeah, I definitely will try it. Just have to do the no semicolons thing because I want to have a recording of it. So first things first, I want to get this actually the right size. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want this to be 9 this way by 16. So I think, what is it? Is it 4.5? Is that how it works? Yeah, it's 4.5. So we're going to make this 9 by 16. There we go. Oops, don't want that. Want that. Yeah, okay. So I think we have movement now without any semicolons. Let's see. These are inverted, but that's fine. Okay, so yeah, this is movement, no semicolons. Good. Nobody told me why the page just doesn't exist anymore. Oh, that's really sad. Yeah, I was really looking forward to that actually working. I don't know, why do you think it got rejected? But yeah, if you're wondering, percentage guy, this is, oh yeah, it's sad that you didn't see the Java stuff that I did. I went through the whole thing with how you write FizzBuzz with no semicolons. But anyway, this is how you write code in Unity with no semicolons. We're making an exception for the using because technically what you can do is you can put Unity engine.monoBehavior, and then this version isn't required. But I'd have to do that a lot, and I don't want to bother with that, so we're just making an exception here. But okay, so this should have actual movement now. Is that right? Did I do that right? I think I did that right. So yeah, we have, this is correct. Okay. So this is WASD, good. All right, so now how do we do automatic movement? Because that's sort of the question, right? We can't, so the problem is that we can't store variables because that requires a semicolon. We can do some cheaty things. You have too much free time. So I actually don't have a day job, so I sort of took time off to do this, to sort of do streaming. So been, I have a lot of free time, and I hope that other people, can benefit from that free time. So let's see here. What I'm thinking is there's probably a way to do like mathematical functions, but I'm trying to figure out how we can guarantee that they only fire once, and I really can't think of it. I don't know that we can, actually. I don't think we can guarantee that they only fire once. Oh, wait, actually, no. So what we can do, okay. So what we can do, right, because we have the delta time. So what we can do is we can compute the current, let's say, tick, right? And then, fun fact, since I have automation now, I can make beamng.drive cars and I made a van. I don't know what beamng is. Yeah, I don't know what beamng. With a top speed of 395. My God, with a V12. My God. Wow. Can't imagine that. Can't imagine going 300. Oh my God. What is that in miles an hour? I actually don't know. kph. kph to mph. What is that in miles? That's probably Well, it's not that fast. That's not as fast as I would have thought, but 395, 245 miles an hour. Oh my god, you die. I mean, you know, any little divot in the road would just be lethal to you. Okay, so since we have the time, delta time, what we can do is we can store what the current quote-unquote tick is, then we can store the next tick. And so basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some kind of fixed sort of, I mean, I guess we could use fixed update. Wait, we're not using physics. Screw it, let's just use fixed update. What are we doing? Yeah, we'll just use fixed update. That'll work. Okay. No, the suspension's pretty good. No, I'm pretty sure that would just be lethal. Pretty sure that any little divot would be lethal at that point. You know, that someone would leave like a quarter in the road and you'd just flip and die. BMG is a car game, but with realistic crash. Oh, is it like, oh my god, what was the game? I was watching Nerd Cubed play something like that, where it was, oh, I can't remember what it was called, but it had, what you're talking about, it had very realistic crash physics. But anyway, so actually we can use fixed update to do the movement. So if that's the case, then what we can do is we can create a, let's say, a movement component. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll create a movement component. Say, sent you a vid of the car in action on DC. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. The reflections on that thing. Like, what on earth? Is that just like mirrors? Oh my god. Wow. That's amazing that the suspension is that good. It just disappears. The front just disappears. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's great. Alright, but what we can do is we can say movement. Yeah, full chrome car. It's the Google car, right? Because it's got chrome on it. Okay, no. So this will be the movement. And so what we'll do is we'll create a function. Let's say public void move, right? Oh, but we can't store vector3. Oh, that's so sad. We can't. All right. Normally the crash would look better, but replays have weird slow-mo. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I guess the replay. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Okay, so what we can do. So what we need to do is we need to store a vector somehow. So this is where we start to get super, like, ultra hacky. But it will work. So this is where we start to get, like, super hacky. All right, so we can't store a vector3 exactly. But what we can do is we can read a vector3 from something else. And then we can use that. So for instance, Unity components, let's say, because normally what I'd want to do is I'd want to say, you know, public vector3 movement, blah, blah, blah. Send an image really close up. All right, I'll look at it in a little bit, but I want to get this working. So we have the player script. And what we want to do is we want to move that, like, basically on its own, and we also want to store the direction between frames. And so the hard part is storing the direction between frames. So there's a couple ways that we can do that. One of them is that we can use other components to sort of figure out where we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a data game object. Oh, I'm so going to regret doing this. It's going to be so awful. But it'll be amazing. So this will be movement.forward, right? So say, or sorry, movement.up. And that really, that's not how you do that. That's how you do that. All right, movement.up. And I don't want this to be a parent to that. I want that to be the parent. And so what we're going to do is for the position, We also want data to be at 0, 0, 0. Not that it actually matters, but we're going to put it there anyway. So for up, what we're going to want is we're going to want the y value to be 1. And then we're just going to duplicate this a couple times. And we're going to say dot left, dot right, and then we're going to say dot down. And it really doesn't matter where these are. So I guess we'll create another empty and we'll just call this constants. Alright, so we'll do that. By the way, when downloading Gravelbox, don't show the link because, you know, post beta. Could you possibly, so for Gravelbox, could you put that on either GameJolt or itch.io? I'd just feel better about downloading it from them. So for left, that is -x. And then for right, that is +x. And then for down, that is -y. There we go. So this will be in constants, and then we'll have a create parent. No, create an empty. Put it in Dropbox. Because GameJolt had issues. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this will be the direction, or movement. Direction, yeah, this will be movement. So what we're going to do, and this is going to be absolutely terrible, but in the game manager, we're going to deal with this. So this will be game manager. We're not going to use the player component for this, actually. Wait a minute. No, well, there's no reason to not use a player component. What am I doing? Wait, no, there is. Right. Never mind. So the issue is well, actually, no, we're going to use game manager. This will make more sense. Or will it? It's really hard to tell. Okay, we're going to need the game manager anyway. We'll keep it. But the player itself is not actually going to do any movement. It's just going to be this movement object. And so, by the way, I switched back to VS because VS Code kept giving me errors. Yeah, that was one of the issues that I ran into with VS Code, is that it was hard to get the compiler to actually agree with Unity. So we're going to pass in the player here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if, and then, well, actually, no. We're going to say that the player.transform.position is equal to transform.localPosition. So what we're going to do basically for the movement component is anytime we call move, we're just going to read our own local position. And then actually what we're going to do is we're going to say player.transform.position is, we're going to add that. By the way, what's the deal with Game Manager? Why is that script so special? What do you mean? Why is that script so special? What do you mean? What's the deal with the Game Manager? It's always, for me, it's always like, do we do that, or do we put something in the Game Manager or not? There's a couple ways that I could do it. So what I'm thinking of is, remember, the big issue is that we can't store variables anywhere. So it's figuring out how we actually find the player and how the player, like, who's responsible for what. It gets like a special icon in Unity and stuff, so I thought it had special use. Does it really? Does it really get a special icon? Game manager? Does it actually? Like if you put a game manager, oh, it does. Oh, right, okay. I don't remember why it gets that icon. I think there is a reason, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, you're right, it does. I think I've noticed that before, but I don't remember why. Yeah. If somebody knows, it would be very good to say it, because I don't know. I used to know how, I used to know how to give things custom icons, but I don't remember anymore. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to have 4 copies of movement, and what we want to do is we want to move the player in accordance with whatever copy of movement it has. So what we're going to do is we're going to say plus equal to this, right? Okay. And we want to round this to an integer. So actually we're just going to say that the transform.position is equal to, let's say, a new vector 3. Then we'll say mathf.round to int. And we'll say player.transform.position.x. And then we will round that with, or we'll add that to, and remember, we can't store any variables, so this is where the problems come in. This is where it gets weird. So we're going to say transform.position.x, right? We only want to copy the y, so we'll get this, and then the z we can just ignore, right? And so we do have a semicolon here, but we have a way of getting rid of it, so it's fine. So what we're going to do is, because we have this, now we can say if, let's say vector3.0 is equal to that. It really doesn't matter what we compare it to. Why does that not work? Do we need another? Yeah, okay, there we go. So that should do the modification that we want. And so now for the player, what we're going to do here is we need to store, so actually in, let's say private void a fixed update, because this will have a fixed timestamp between it, at least in theory it should. What we're going to do is we're going to say find object, really we want to do a find object of type. So let's create a, oh, it's only going to get worse, percentage guy, it's only going to get worse. Call this data. This is just going to be a marker component. It'll just be easier, I think, for Unity to find stuff. So yeah, it's only going to get worse when you see how we do all this. So in fixed update, what we're going to do is we're going to find object of type, and we're going to find data. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say transform.getChild, and then we're going to get the second child, and then we're going to get the movement component on that child, and then we're going to apply that to the player. So basically what we're doing for those, for explaining how this works, is we're going to have constants here, and then actually what we need to do, no, we don't need to do this. Whoops, doing this wrong. So in data, we're going to get the first child, which is constants, and then we're not going to get the component for movement, we're going to get child, and I think, no, we don't want the index. We're going to say find child, right, and then the name of the child. So what we're going to do, damn it, not again, it's to store data, right? We're going to have data here, and then movement is going to have the name of whatever we want to do for the movement. So these are going to have, so we're going to have like movement here. All of these are going to have movement. And so what movement does is it reads the local position of the transform and treats that as a vector 3. And so to move the player, to basically store data, what we're going to do is we're going to store the name of the movement.up. So for instance, if this is movement.up, the script will go into data, it'll go into constants, it'll find the child with that name, get the movement script, and then apply it to the player. Which I think will work for storing, basically it's a way of storing data without actually writing any semicolons. So we're going to find the child, and the child, kidnappers be like, we need to get child, let's get the second child, and the police are like, we need to find child and put the name of the child. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Anyway, well, I mean, I guess we can store some data, right? Well, we can't store like data, but we can store. So I think we can, actually I haven't tried this trick before. So let's say for each, and we'll say var movement name in, and I think we can say new list of string. We'll say using system, what's that percentage guy? Seem upset. I think we can use collections generic here. And then if we create a new list of strings, I think what we can do, ooh, why do you not like that? Oh, right, in list of string. What we can do is the movement name is going to be equal to find object of type dot. We're going to grab data, and we're going to say dot get the thing where you look at a word and then you're like, whoa, that's a weird word, and a child doesn't look like a word anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot what the name for that is, but I know that it has a specific name. Okay, so in for each here, what we can do is we can put this in here, and now this will only execute once. Basically, we just condense the code a little bit, and then the child that we want is equal to the movement name. Equal to movement name is obsolete. Instead, upgrade to find. Interesting. Okay. So we can say find movement name. So this will find, so basically this is the name of the, well actually no, it's dot get child, or no, sorry, transform dot get child at, and I think it's at 1, is that right? No, it's at, yeah, it's at 1. I have something you should do on stream once. Make a game, but in Roblox. Yeah, well, I want to do that for a game jam at some point, but I don't know which one to do it for. But yeah, that is definitely on the list, just to make a game in Roblox. So we get the movement name, and then what we do is we say in constants, we want to find the object with that name, and then we want to say get component. Let's say get component. Again, 90% of Roblox code consists of script.parent.parent.parent. I mean, I think depending on how you organize the script, you can probably fix that, and I intend to, but I don't know. Maybe you just can't, but I don't know. I mean, does Roblox? Okay, so what kind of libraries do they have for Roblox? Like, do they have stream libraries or reactive programming libraries or stuff like that? Because I really hope so. I don't want to have to write my own. I mean, I imagine it's been more than 10 years. I imagine somebody has created one, but you never know. Actually, that's crazy. Hey, the Lord Warrior. So what languages do I know? That's a good question. So I know Java, C#. I'm really good with both of those. I've done some Python. I've done a lot of JavaScript. I've done Lua. What else have I done? Some Ruby, though I'm not very good with Ruby. What else? There's a couple more. So TI Basic I used to be pretty good with. And then there's a couple more, but those are really the main ones. It's really, well, it's something called services and plugins. Okay. You don't have to do script.parent. You can also do game.object.object.object. Oh god. Yeah. But I know a ton of languages. Yeah. There's a couple that I wish that I knew. It's like I wish I knew Haskell, I wish I knew Scala, but I've just not used those. So we can get the component, and the component we want is movement. And then what we want to do is we want to say move, and then we say this. Oh, damn it. Right. Right. This is going to be the problem. Can't call functions. Oh, this is going to be the problem. Problem is, well, okay. I'm not convinced that that's because you have to return a value. Oh, wait, do you have to return a value? Is there a way? Right, this is the problem. Is there a way? Can I put... I don't know if you can do this, and I bet you can't. But can I invoke this? No, I can't. Oh, that's so sad. I can't create a lambda. Oh, that's so sad. Okay. So the question being, how do you invoke something that doesn't return a value? That's the hard part. Services are for stuff like tweening, teleportation, and plugins are for stuff that directly with the editor. Plugins are community made while services aren't. Ah, okay. But I mean, there's got to be libraries, right? I mean, services for tweening, stuff like that. There's got to be like system.link in this as a library. There's got to be a way. Damn, that's the problem, is that you can't execute something that doesn't return a value. Is that true? Is that true? Can I say using? Hang on. Can I hack this like this? What do you not like about that? Oh, it's not implicitly to iDisposable. Right, this is gonna be like the serious problem here, is calling methods. Why you'd need libraries for software mostly used by children. Well, no, you do have libraries, like, you do, like, it's a thing. They don't necessarily have to be made by people, like, they don't have to necessarily be made by Roblox, but there's certainly people who have made, like, there's gotta be common libraries. Like, there's gotta be, like, I don't see why you wouldn't, or why someone wouldn't make them. Like, there's gotta be common, like, it wouldn't even have to be Roblox specific, it'd have to be, like, Lua specific. Alright, so the question is, how do you execute stuff? This is really complex. Because I can't return a value from this, because that would require a semicolon. I also can't execute it because there's no... that's really hard. Okay. So with system.link, let's think about this. So if I said enumerable, where is it? Oh, we don't have it. So let's use system.link and see what we get here. Okay. So if we said enumerable.range from, I don't know, 1 with a count of 1, and then we said toList, and then for each, are we allowed to do that? Does enumerable, so enumerable.range returns something. Problem is, tell me how you implement libraries into Roblox, a software that is pretty much self-contained, and the projects don't have file structure because every file in your project is contained on the website. You just have a piece of Lua code that people include in their code? I mean, it's the same thing as, you know, this is just, it's the same thing as Unity Engine, right? Like, it's just a DLL that sits there. And I mean, you could do the same thing with Lua, right? You could have Lua and you just say, hey, import this library, right? So let's say, that's a throwaway. I mean, if you find a way to put library directly into a .lua file, then yeah, it might work. So yeah, that's basically what you would do. I mean, I'm sure you can reference one piece of Lua code from another piece of Lua code. So is there anything akin to, let's say, peek or what is it? It's not contains. Wait a minute, what does for each return? Nothing? It returns void, alright. Yeah, so if you can reference Lua code from other code, then you can create a library. How do I transform this? So I could say select, but that only goes to void. how do I do this? Something with, yeah, script.parent.script. Something, yeah, so what you could do is you could have a game object, or not a game object, but an entity at the root in Lua, and then you could just store all of your scripts there, right? Like all of your library functions there. That way you would only need one level. You wouldn't need to do script.parent, you would just do like game.library or whatever, :function or whatever. Something like that. That way they'd all have the same namespace, or same level of namespace. All right. So is there a C# link peak? Is there anything like that? How do I find? No, it's Java Stream, because I think Java Stream has stream peak, right? Yeah. So link peak alternative. Oh my god, is there no way to do it? Oh, is there no way to do it? When I applied, I think... Oh man, if this doesn't work, oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad. There's no way to do it. Alright. Well, that's annoying. Alright. Well, fine. We'll just delete you. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Alright. It just said something about link for C# when you looked it up. So what I wanted is that there's a thing in Java called peak, stream.peak, and it looks like in C# you have to implement it yourself. So the problem with doing that is that I'd have to create a method, and that method would have to have a semicolon. So I can't add something to enumerable. That's the problem, and it doesn't seem like it has anything that would be peak. So for instance, there's all, which condenses everything into an integer, but we can't use any of these because they require a return value. And the other problem too is that if I just do, so I could do for each, something like that. The problem is that for each doesn't return a value, so we can't use our trick. Here because you can't compare void to anything, so we can't use for each, and so it's so sad. Okay, that's fine. We actually have the transform anyway, so what we can do is we can just store the movement code here. It's just sad that we have to do it here. So really we don't need this. We don't. We just need that. And what we need to do is we need to say that for each var, let's say offset in, then we're going to create a new list of transform or vector3. And then what we're going to do is we're going to store the movement name.transform.position. To try is waiting for, yeah, I think that this will take, I mean, I will definitely play it at some point today, but I want to try this. I want to try to finish this at least. Yeah, this is sort of something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and it's been in the backlog, and I've been needing to get it done. So, yeah. But I will try it at some point today, and I'll make an effort to try it as soon as I can, but yeah. I gotta do this. Because I think it's possible, and I think it'd make a really funny sort of video. To say, hey, I made a game in Unity without semicolons. All right, so now that we have the offset, I think what we can do is now we can use our little trick that we used. We can say, let's say, if vector2 or vector3 dot 0 is equal to, and then what we say is we have an empty if statement here. And then we'll say transform dot position. So this is our current position. Then we will say plus, what will it be? Right, it won't be this. It'll be transform dot position. We'll say equals, and then we'll say transform, let's say new vector 3, and then in that vector 3, we're going to say transform.position, or sorry, mathf dot round to int, where we do transform.position dot x, and then we will add mathf.round to int. Basically, the reason that we're doing the round to int is so that it's so that we don't get like cumulative sort of floating point errors, and yeah, something like that. This will be y, and then we'll say 0. All right. So I think, okay, welcome back, percentage guy. Okay. So I believe if I did this right, this should work, and I think there are no semicolons. Yep, there's only those 3. All right. So I'm allowing myself to import anything I want from system, just no third-party libraries. Because again, there are ways that we could rewrite this without any. But yeah, I think this is snake movement here, or at least some more movement with data. We have to work next on the input function so that we can actually change what this is pointing to. But I believe, oh yeah, also I want to change the fixed update settings, because we're going to cheat and just use fixed update. We'll just use no physics. And let's say, where's the actual update size, or the update? Where's the actual fixed update? Is it simulation mode, fixed update, yes. Where is the fixed timestamp? Is that somewhere else? Yeah, where's the actual fixed timestamp? I'm now gonna go consume cooked okay. You do that. I don't know if Twitch will be happy with me if I say that, so I'm not gonna say that. Okay. Unity fixed update timestamp? Timestamp, yes. That's what I'm looking for, is how you change fixed, oh, cooked egg, okay. Well, yeah, I guess. There's gotta be a way to change that. Edit settings time. You just edit time. Oh, edit. So there's physics. Is it just in physics itself? Sleep threshold. No. Oh, time. Right there. Oh, okay. So the fixed time step is 0.02. So there'd be 50 of those in a second. Okay. So if we set the fixed time step to, what's a good snake one? I don't know, let's say 0.75. So let's try that. Oh, not what I wanted. I always forget, that's not a settings menu. Okay, so let's set this to movement.up. So now if I did this right, and we add a data component here, what should happen? So what should happen? The player should take this game object, it should find the second child of data, which is this, movement.up. Then it'll go into the first child of data, which is constants, It will find the object that matches this name, and then it will apply that offset to itself. It'll do that 0.75 times, or every 0.75 seconds. Oh my god, I think it works. Alright. So if we say down, does this work? Oh my god, it works. That's amazing. Oh my god. That's so bad. It's so bad that that works. Alright. Alright. First challenge overcome. Okay. So now let's try to edit that in here. Okay, so all we need to do, if I understand this right, is we need to say find object data.get child transform.name. Because we're assigning a string, all we need to do is just set the empty string equal to it and just say, hey, if it's not equal, it really doesn't matter what this part is. That's completely irrelevant. All we need to do is just say the name is equal to, let's say, movement.up is equal to that. And as long as this returns a value, we should be fine. Yeah, okay. This is so stupid. Oh my god. And it's satisfying if you manage to peel a big piece of eggshell without breaking it. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, I mean, it's the same thing with other fruit, right? Like if you do the same thing with like, I don't know, an orange or something, like managing to peel off like a very large piece of the orange skin without like tearing it is weird. Like it's one of those things you secretly hope that you do it even though it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like getting up at like, you know, exactly like 6 a.m. or something as opposed to like, you know, 5:59 or, you know, 6:01. It's one of those weird things. So A is for left, down, and then right. Okay. And I think we're still without any semicolons. Yeah, just those two. Okay. So now, what I should be able to do is, let's start you off at dot left. What I should be able to do is I should be able to now change directions. I can. Oh, that's so good. And you can see it's changing over there. Oh my god, I'm so happy about that. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god, look at that. That's so amazing, isn't it? Full game in Unity, no semicolons. Alright, we need to do a couple other things. It's been about an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute, and what we'll do next is we'll work on like the actual level and sort of the walls and stuff like that, and whenever we hit like a wall, what we do and how we detect that. But yeah, currently consuming the egg with a special spice that only exists in Germany, I'm pretty sure, but it goes with just about everything. Oh, what spice is it? Maybe it's worth like importing some, or you know, buying some from like Amazon, and they'll just send it to me. Might be worth trying. Yeah, this works. Okay. Yeah, tell me about that spice. I'd like to know. It's by the brand Maggie. Interesting. But what's the actual name of the spice? Let's see. So it looks like the fixed update does what we want. This update does what we want. I mean, technically we could put this code into fixed update. There's no reason, I guess we couldn't, but like, is there really any reason to? We could capture all of this. Actually, what we could do. So say for each, let's say var movement is equal to or in. It's literally called, spice is called the German brand for spice. It's literally called spice. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to give that a look then. We can do this, and then we can put this in here. And what we can do is we can just simplify this a little bit. Alright. I think we can say movement.name. Yeah, okay. So yeah, now we can, oh, wait, what? We can't, do you think this is? This is a system.object. Alright, so we'll say game object. Game object. Yes, yes, okay. Okay, so we can simplify this code a little bit. So if we need to store like intermediate variables, we can do that. So we'll say game object movement in that. Okay, good. And we need to say new list of game object. I don't know why it's letting me do that way. We don't want to really. Oh, because that would go in, that would do the transform, right? This doesn't. In collection, cannot convert from Unity engine.transform. So get child returns. Oh, it does return transform. All right. Well, no, today I know. Transform. It goes really well with cooked egg. You pour it a little bit on the yellow part. It's good. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to try that then. Okay, so this creates transform. That's transform. I think we can say movement.name. I think if you say transform.name, that's equivalent to saying transform.gameObject.name. Let's figure this out. Okay, so that's up, that's right, down, and left. Perfect. Okay. So that does exactly what we want. It just simplifies the code a little bit so that we can do it. But we can't declare constants because that would require a semicolon. It looks looks like motor oil, but you know. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna copy that down. Oops, no. Copy that down, and I will have a look at that and see if I can get that anywhere on Amazon. All right. But anyway, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back in maybe 5 minutes or something. Just need to get some food and stuff, but yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so, well, I can't actually find a link, but I found a picture of the bottle you can use for reference. Okay, yeah, so you sent that on Discord, I see. Okay, thank you for doing that. Let's see if I can find that somewhere and see what it tastes like. It actually, hang on, it looked like, it almost looks like a bottle of pancake syrup. Almost. Anyway, so what we need to do, so we have our movement working, that's great. So we need to decide sort of the size of the actual level. So here we have 916. I think what we can do is I think we can change this. What's another good, it's like, can you just double both sides of this? I think you can, right? So if we were to do something like, not 916, but let's say 32 and 18, I think that's how that works. So if I were to do, let's say 9, right? Whoops. That is 8.5. That's not going to work. So does it need to be 9.5? No. Does it need to be 9.5? Am I crazy? So if it's this way, okay, 9 is at the top. Now what if we go all the way to the edge? So it's not exact on the edge. How do you actually do that? I guess it has to be 4.5 because that's the scaling. Problem is that we can't. Problem is that then we have to compute this in. I'm not a huge fan of all that. Trying to think. Because then we can't use our round to int trick. Alright, back. Welcome back. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out how to actually scale the camera so that the screen, so this doesn't look huge. So the problem is, since we're using values of 1, and that rounds to an integer pretty easily, well, actually, okay, what we can do, rather than rounding to int, we can multiply this by some constants, let's say 4. So say position, no, wait. Do you know how I can make a camera follow an object smoothly? So there's a couple ways to do that, percentage guy. One of them is you can do private void late update. It kind of like how grabbing in the game works. You can do this in late update, and then you can say transform.position is equal to vector3.lerp, and you say between the transform.position and the target.position. Let's say target.position, and then you lerp by like a factor of, let's say 0.1 or like 0.05, and this will give you a relatively smooth transition. It'll be slow, then it'll be quick, but it'll still give you a relatively slow transition. And that's really like that's sort of the cheap way of doing like smooth follow. There's other ways to do it, but that's kind of a cheap way to do it. But I mean, you could also like get the direction. You can say transform.position is equal to like what would it be? Would it be target.position? Target.position is where you want to go minus where you are. And that would give you a vector, and then you'd normalize it. And then you'd multiply by like the speed and then by time.delta time. And then you would cap the magnitude at something. Well, no, actually. Yeah, this would be speed times time. This might also work. It's the where you want to go minus where you are. You get the direction, then you multiply by whatever your speed is, then time.delta time. So whenever you do a constant times time.delta time, what this ends up being is this speed per second. So if you did like, 1 times time.delta time, it's 1 unit per second. And so you just need to tune the speed to whatever you want. But yeah, that's kind of how smooth follow. That's how you do like a smooth follow. I just use vector 3 Doppler because it has a more constant time associated. Well, it's less related to the distance. So yeah. So rigid body on my camera and disable it when I don't want the camera to follow stuff. Then I use the same system for grabbing because that could also work too. But rigid bodies, they have a weird they have some weird stuff associated with them. But yeah, if you just want to move it with velocity, that could work too. Almost treat it like you're grabbing the camera or something. But anyway, so what I'm thinking is that we can round the position to an integer. I'm thinking there's a way that we can multiply this by 4, and then because if we could multiply it by 4, we could do in quarters. Multiply by 4, and then we divide back by 4, and then we multiply. No, we do in quarters, and then we multiply by 0.25. So if we multiply this by 4, right? So we take our position times 4. Plus position times 4. Wait, no, that doesn't work. That's not going to work. Because we have to read our transformed out position and get it back. So I could use lerp for turning it on and off smoothly or setting the motor speed on the joint. Yeah, what I mean, lerp will do, it won't be like constant. That's the only thing you have to remember, is because lerp, if you change the distance, it changes the speed of the lerp. It won't be constant, but it'll be smooth, and that's really all you need, I think. All right, I think no, that's not working. That's a little bit better, I guess. Shift the colors back. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you could try lerp with the motor, and it might do something relatively decent or smooth. Okay, so the question is, how do I make the camera bigger without causing issues? I think you just had a stroke reading that message, possibly. Yeah. Apologies. Okay. So I'm trying to think of how to actually do that. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to read your message, and I'm also trying to think through this problem at the same time, and it's causing me to not say super intelligent things. So I'm trying to think of how to actually do this. If I scale a camera, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. I just had to try that. I didn't think that would work. So I can change the size, but I don't know. So it'd have to be multiples of 4.5, right? So if I said 18, that makes it exceptionally large, but I think that the edges now should be even increments. So if I said 16, if I said 17, no, they're not. Why? What do I not understand about this? That's kind of annoying. All right. Is that roughly the size that I'd want it? Let's see if I maximize this. Yeah, I think that's roughly the right size for like a snake game. Okay, we'll just deal with it. What we'll do, first off, let's darken the background. We might even be able to make this kind of like I don't know, what would you call it, an LSD themed version of Snake, if we are so inclined. But anyway, okay, so we have our player, and what I want to do is when we reach the bounds of the screen, so you guessed it, we're going to have to create a new game object. We'll call this the bounds. And so the bounds are going to be, let's say, what are they? So on the x-axis, it's going to be 31, and it's going to be, I don't know what the yes is for. come up with a theme where the S, or come up with a name where it's like, you know, L snake something D. I don't know. Find an acronym for me where the S is snake and then L and then D. Yeah. Instead of the apples. No, it's not. No, because I think. Okay, hang on. I think that snakes do eat plants, so it would be 17 by. It's not. It's not going to be drugs. It's going to be part of the snake's natural diet. So snake. Let's see what snakes actually eat, and see if there's anything close to, let's say, I don't know, a mushroom of some kind, right? What's their actual diet? I really don't actually know. Like, so they're carnivores. I know that, but I don't know if they're actually plot twist. In platformers, the map moves instead of the player. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's similar to like, what do they eat? I know that they eat like actual. I know they eat. I know they're carnivores, but I don't know what else they eat. Also, why is it not showing? Oh, feeding and diet. There we go. I can't read. All right. Oh, strictly carnivorous. Oh, that's sad. All right. Well, you know, I had wondered. All of them are strictly carnivorous. Wow. That's crazy. All right. Well, so what animals are associated with having venom in them? LOL. LOL snake. Okay. We'll go with that for now. Let's assume. So they can eat frogs. Because I think frogs are associated with having some kind of toxin in them. I don't know exactly if that's true, but I think they are. Yeah, I think they're associated with that. So it's 31. So the X is at 31, and then, oh, I can just see it here. Right, okay. 31 and 17. Okay. So the idea is that we have our bounds object here, and what we're going to do is we're going to, oh, this is going to be in constants, actually. So we'll say, yeah. We'll just call this like map.bounds or something. Map.bounds. Yeah. Okay. The snake ate too many jumpy boys. Yeah, exactly. Basically, I mean, frogs are associated with having some kind of toxin, right? I think that's a thing. Like, some of them do, like, you can't eat them. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to eat a frog in the first place, but you never know. So in the fixed update, what we want to do is after we move to the player, we want to then check if... Oh, we can't call a method. Oh my god, that's going to be so difficult. Is not being able to check... Oh my god, that's going to suck. Not being able to check. Alright. So we're going to have some kind of... We have to have some kind of way of storing that the game is over, and we're just going to have the game manager check it every once in a while. That's how it's going to have to be. Alright. So what we'll do is we will say if... well, first off, let's look up the bounds object. So snakes eat meat, right? What if the snake is... what if the reason the snake is high is because it ate a plant? That's possible. I don't know. I had just hoped that there might be like some snake somewhere that, like, you know, eats some kind of plant to supplement its diet, but it doesn't, unfortunately. At least not according to Wikipedia, which, as we know, is the source of universal truth, and you know, whatever. But I think it's fine. I think that frogs have that sort of, like, I'm thinking like the Futurama sort of hypno frog. Like, I'm sure if you ate that, it probably wouldn't be very good for you, and you might hallucinate a little bit. But anyway, so for each, and we'll say these are the bounds. And we'll say in a new list, And so the reason that we're doing this is just so that we can store a variable. And so we'll say vector3, this will be, what is it? It's find object of type data, snake eat plant. So we find the object of type data, and then we get children again, transform dot get child, and then constants is at 0, and then we say dot find, and then we're going to call this bounds, or map dot bounds, and then this will be the transform dot position. There we go. Yeah, that's readable. So get child 0, then we'll find the bounds, then we store the position. Duck, quack, German, quack. Huh. Duck, quack. Interesting. Yeah, I do like that it doesn't have the C and the K. Like, I've long thought that the C in English is just like a superfluous letter. It's like, what does it do? It's like, it's one of those letters where it can't, it's like someone couldn't decide if it was like a C or an S, so they were like, oh, I'm just gonna write, or, you know, K or an S, so like, I'm just gonna write a C. Halfway between both. And it can be either one at will. Makes no sense. Sure, whatever. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like that there are letters that just act like that. German has CK, don't worry. Oh, cool. Well, I mean, I like that they got rid of it in duck, because in duck it doesn't make any sense. Like, in child, it vaguely makes sense. I mean, like, okay, there's like some argument that it could be used here, but like, why is it used here? Like, what's the problem? Like, people would know what object with a K means. Like, they'd know how to pronounce it. It's not like, you know, and even vector. Like, why does vector need a C? It doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, it just, why? Like, you know, like in child, I get it. It creates a different phoneme, but okay, sure. But like, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Now we have bounds. What we need to do is we need to say if, let's say, same reason Z has its own sound, TS is more, or it's more often, it's used more often though for whatever reason. Same with X, people like KS, just use KS more. X, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, I think KS makes more sense. I mean, X, yeah, I guess KS is really the sound there. Yeah, I don't know. I think we should just remove all the superfluous sounds from English. I think it would make more sense. But then again, the letters are not necessarily like totally associated with sound. Like, so for instance, the word baloney, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's one of the most annoying words in the English language, I think, because you really can't spell it the way you think you can. But like you can't sound it out, so I don't know. I guess maybe that's the reason, is that you can't sound out certain words, so making it look like you can doesn't really get you anywhere. So let's say if transform.position .x greater than bounds.x. And so what we want to do is we want to make a, say, mathf dot, let's say, well, actually what we want to do is we want to compute like the next position, and then if the next position is outside the bounds, then we want to end the game and do nothing else. So what we'll do is we'll do this. Why? Oh, right, because we don't want this, but we want that. Yeah, okay. Over in Germany, we have letter combination. CH can have two different sounds. A weird exaggerated R, and a less intensive version in child. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the weird letter combinations we have. It's like the, I mean, the CH is weird. It's kind of a weird sound. Then there's like, I'm trying to think. I think most of the stuff in here doesn't really have it. Yeah, most of the stuff in here doesn't really have it, but I know that we do have some weird ones that don't make a lot of sense. Yeah, TH. Yeah. Well, then there's also in English we have I think it's called like TH fronting or something, where you pronounce the TH as an F just for no real reason. So instead of like if you've ever seen the Spiffing Brit, he does it, and it's interesting. Like he does it with he seems to do it with some words but not others, which I really don't understand. But you know, whatever. I still like his content, so whatever. I'm not gonna complain too much about it. Wait, what am I doing? This only needs to be for the Y. And this is not an and, this is an or. What am I doing? Okay. So if either of those things are true, then what we want to do is we want to tell the game that it's over. But unfortunately, we can't do that. Because we can't, the problem is that we can't just call a method, because that method, in order to call it in the weird hacky way that we do, it has to return a value. And I don't know any way around that. I wish I did, but I don't. So the only way that I know to do it is to have a object in here and create an empty, no, not create empty parent, create empty. We'll call this is say game dot over or something. Oh my god, really? No, you're not doing that in my chat. I'm gonna clear the chat so that that's just gone. But yeah, it's annoying. All right. Let's see here. What is it? I'm just gonna have like game is over. And I guess the way that we're going to store that, or no, we'll just say game not over. Yeah, that'll work. Game not over. Here's a fun fact. TH was supposed to be the letter P at one point. Huh. What happened? What happened? Oh, so it was one of those bots that advertises stuff. That advertises, you know, becoming famous on Twitch or whatever, and they're like, oh, buy viewers, and I'm like, no, that's not. So I just had to clear the chat to get rid of it. That's not P. Oh, that's interesting. Did that? That's that. No, wow, okay, that's an interesting. Huh. That's an interesting letter. Okay, fair enough. I've never seen that letter, but I guess is that a German letter? I mean, I assume it's a German letter. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, spell how to pronounce that, because I don't know how to pronounce that. So if this is true, then we want to say, then we're going to use a little if statement here, and we're going to say this, and we're going to compare it to, then we're going to say find object of type data. Data is very popular. Dot transform dot get child, and this is going to be literally just so that it's supposed to be th at one point. Oh yeah, but like that it was supposed to be th. Yeah, but what's it actually called? Like the sound the letter makes and the actual name of it can be different. So for instance, like A, it can make multiple sounds, but it's only called by one of them. So like, is it just called, like, how do you even pronounce the, like, I don't know how you'd pronounce that. Like, it sounds like, yeah, I don't know how you'd pronounce that. So this will be a get child, and which child? It's 1, so it's 1, or 0, 1, 2, so it's 2. I guess it's like, okay. This, I guess like this. Oh, okay. And we'll say the name. And then we have to assign the name to be like game over. And then what we'll do is we will put this in here, and we'll put dat in there, and then we will do dat. All right. So this will allow us to execute an assignment. So we'll assign this to be game over. And so in the game manager, what we're going to do is we're going to have a private void update, because that runs much, much faster than fixed update. And in fact, we could have it to be late update, because I think later update, no, late. Later update would be nice. The isn't confusing at all. Letter isn't confusing at all. What are you talking about? Might change my name to the percentage guy. Well, I mean, I'd be able to pronounce it, but I don't know that other people would. Other people would be like, they would call you, yeah, I don't know what they'd call you. That'd be kind of funny, is to see streamers take their best guess at how to pronounce that, like non-German streamers, or you know, maybe just non-European streamers. Probably be easier. Like, just have American streamers try to pronounce that. That'd be fun. Yeah, I would probably end up just calling you percentage guy, because that would be the part of the name that I understand. So in private void late update, we would say or we would say we'd say for each. We want to find data first. No, actually, we wouldn't need to. We'd say if find object of type. I don't know what that isn't a German letter. It was supposed to be the TH. Is it really not? I've never actually seen it though. Is it? That was supposed to be the TH. Is that like put in the TH in like English? I've never seen that letter. That's interesting. Like, I've seen the elongated S, but I've never seen that. That's an interesting symbol. It doesn't seem to fit with the rest of, like, whatever that is. It doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the actual like English letter. That was the letter used 500 years ago. I doubt you've lived 500 years. But yeah, but I've seen, well, there's other weird letters. Like, there's like the elongated sort of S, right? Like the integration symbol in calculus. Like, that's actually an English letter that was supposed to be like the S. But like, if you take other letters, like, you know, the other symbols that we use, like alpha, beta, you know, gamma, pi, all those are Greek letters. So I don't know what language that letter is from, if it's from English or what. So we need to find the object of type data, then we need to get the child. We say transform from.getChild, and we get child2, and we say if that's name is equal to game over, then we want to set the time scale to 0, or the fixed time scale to 0. Then the way that we would do that is say if time dot fixed delta time, which we can set, and we'll just say that that's equal to 0, and we'll say, I don't know, if 0 equals that, sure, why not? Set it equal to 0, and then we need to somehow, can we debug dot log error, log warning, there's a video explaining the letter. Okay, so I'll look at that. Nope. Alright, I'll look at that. Some letters of the alphabet aren't in there. Wait, what? Some aren't in the alphabet. Can't search this video, so this will be the only time. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll look at that at some point. Yeah, I use light theme. Well, I leave it at light theme. So these are assertions. That's not what we want. Can we really not do any logging? I think we can't. Because... I think we literally can't do logging. Wait. Log error format, log exception? No. Log warning with format now. Is there any way to write this? Is there any way to execute a void statement with no, what is it? No return value? Is there really no way to do that? I can't think through a way to do it. Alright, that's really sad. Well, But we can't do that, no, we can't, I don't think there's any way to do it, I really don't, and it really annoys me. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do it, so we're gonna have to do this. Basically, we're just gonna have to know that the game is over, and it'll just stop. That'll be fine. So really, this is game not over. So every frame, game manager is going to check if the game is over. And then when we go out of bounds, the game should end. And the timestamp will just freeze. And let's not have that maximized. Let's just check that it turns off and that the fixed timestamp gets set to 0. I really should increase the speed of the fixed timestamp. That would be nice, which I will do in just a second. But yeah, let's check. Okay, so it says the game is over. And oh, that's very interesting. That's not right at all. Oh, so the fixed delta time, right? Okay, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Fixed. All right, because you can't have a fixed time scale. Time.scale. Does timescale affect fixed time? I don't think it does, right? That's not a thing. So let's say this is at 0.5. That's probably better. 2 times a second. And I need to unmaximize this. Yeah, unmaximize. That's still a little bit slow for a snake game. Yeah, okay. There we go, it gets to 32 and then it counts us as dead. Alright, perfect. That's what we needed to do. Okay, so we can do a couple other things. So next we need to have like the tail that sort of follows the player. And so the question is, how are we going to do that? Because that's going to be hard. So actually there's a couple ways we could do it. I could have the player, we could use the order of the transforms. We could use the order of the transforms in the actual, okay, yeah, I think we can do that. We can use the order of the transforms. So we'll add a new item. This will be the tail. All right. So the actual player will be the head of the snake, and then we'll have the tail. And what the tail will do is, first off, we have the actual head itself. We don't need to do this. What we need to do is we need to create an empty parent. So this will be the snake itself. And then we'll just find the object with the name snake. And then you will be at 0, 0, 0. I think this still works too. Let's check. I don't know if it's reading the absolute position or the local position for the transform. I think it reads the... Okay, yeah, it still works. Good. Okay, so what we can do is whenever we want to create a new segment for the snake, we just instantiate... Oh, we can't do that. Ah. Interesting. Okay. So we're going to have to load things from resources. We actually can't load them from prefab, because otherwise a prefab we'd have to store a reference to an object. Is there any component in Unity that can reference an object? I don't know that there is. So let's see here. Let's say resources. And then what we'll do is we will create a new, let's say create an object. This will be part of the tail. This will be like a tail component. All right. Just put tail in resources there. All right. And tail itself will have a sprite renderer. And then the actual sprite will be the square. Square, yes. Okay. Now let's just discolor this so that it's a little bit lighter. And we'll have the head be a little bit darker. Actually, let's have it be like a greenish color. Yeah, it would be greenish color. That's nice. All right. Sure. Let's copy that. Paste this and then make the tail a little bit lighter. That'll work. Okay. And so now what we can do is for the tail, we can say private void awake. So what we're going to do, the first thing we want to do is we want to find the player. Hit EA Sports using your wallet, and we want it's in your wallet and we want it. Yeah, basically. I mean, really, like all the EA Sports games are designed to do is just take your money. I forgot there was like one guy who spent like something like, you know, like 10 grand on these games over like 10 years or something, and he couldn't believe it until he actually saw, he used like the Freedom of Information Act to request like his transaction history, and he couldn't really believe how much money he had spent until he actually saw it. It's pretty sad. Yeah, you can spend a lot of money on those games. So what we're going to do is we're going to find the player, and so this will be the player, and it's going to be in the new list. The Sims 4 takes like $600. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there's also like the Paradox games. Those have tons of DLC. I think we need game object. No, I think it's just find, right? Find player. Really? We have to do game object find? Is that really true? Wait, what? Can you not do... Yeah? Oh, because this isn't a string, this is a transform. Right. No, it's a game object. Okay, fair enough. Paradox, you say, well, this sentence is false. Alright. This sentence is false. Well, I mean, that could be, so I think it needs a, I think to do that you actually have to have both sentences, right? You have to say the previous or the following sentence is true, the previous sentence is false, or something, or is that not? No, the previous sentence, yeah, something like that. I think that's like a paradox, but I don't think that like sentences that are not self-referential like that, it's actually hard to create a paradox with them. There was a dude called Quine that studied a lot about that and was very obsessed. Nope, I think you do though. Well, I guess it's self-referential, but create, no, this sentence is false. If it were false, then it would be true that it was false, but if it were true, no, if it was false, then it would be false that it was false. Okay, whatever. Sentence is false, and the sentence is false, then the sentence is true. But then it's false. It's false that it's true, but it's not, I don't know that it can be though, because it's not making any assertion. because to be true or false, something has to make an assertion. And just saying that the sentence is false, it's making an assertion about the truth value, but there's nothing to say that it's true. So like the pair of sentences, the following sentence is false, the previous sentence is true. No, I don't think so. I don't think the sentence saying the sentence is false, I don't think that makes an assertion of any kind. It asserts something about itself, but the thing that it's asserting about itself depends on whether or not it's not really, it's making an assertion, but it's not making an assertion. So you get an infinite regress to try to figure out what the assertion actually is. But I don't think you can't assign truth value to an assertion about itself, right? It's not that it's both or that it can't be either one. It's that I don't think it doesn't specify exactly what it is. It's hard to say. So for instance, like if you say the sky is red, the previous sentence is false, the first sentence is true because it makes an assertion about the sky that's provable. But just saying that the sentence itself, just saying that it's making an assertion about its truth value doesn't necessarily, you can't really assign truth value to something that's only referencing its own truth value, right? You reach an infinite regress that way. But it's not, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I think to actually create the paradox you need both. I think it's something different if you only have one. Anyway, we have the snake, and so what we want to do is we want to get the tail. Oh, but the problem with that, oh, that's interesting. So the question is for the tail, how do we reference the game object to follow, right? Because it needs to follow, well, if you go, this sentence is false, and then the sentence being false makes it true, but the sentence being true. But what's true about it? When you say this sentence is false, what's false about it? You're not making an assertion about anything. You're just saying, you're not making an assertion about the truth value of anything, you're just making an assertion about the truth value of the sentence. But it's not false in any reasonable context. Like it doesn't make any sense to say that a sentence is false, right? Nor to say that it's true, unless you're referencing the assertion that it's making. But if it's asserting that it's false, I don't know, to me that doesn't make any sense. I don't think you can't make an assertion about the truth value of something that doesn't make an assertion. You're only asserting about the value of the truth. Because it's a lie. But it's a lie in what context? Like, again, whenever you say the sky is red, the previous sentence is true, then the first one makes a sentence, and the sentence should be true. I don't know, I don't think so. I think there's a difference there. I don't think it's making an assertion. But anyway, we have the snake, so how are we going to store, so the way that you normally do like a tail in snake is you store the previous position of something. I think you can get the index of your current transform. I think that's a thing you can do. So really we just need to parent ourselves to the actual snake. False is false, then it's true. If true is true, then it's true. I would say look up Quine. Look up Quine and it'll explain it. Because Quine was working with something like this where it was self-referential. And it's a very deep explanation of why there are issues with self-referential stuff. But anyway, trying to think here. So if we have the snake, then what we can do is we can say if, and say snake dot transform. Oh no, if we say Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Um. Oh no, that's bad. Alright, we need to say transform.parent is equal to transform. I know that it's not gonna like this, but really we don't have an option. There's a spelling error, I'm sure there is. It's snake and not snake. Yeah, that's true. I'm surprised. I thought that Unity would complain about this. Interesting. Okay. So, in player, yeah, I agree. It should be. Well, the problem with changing it. Actually, I think it's okay to change it now, right? I think it's fair to change it now. Oh my god, it won't let me select the whole thing. Alright, snack. And this is now snack. Right, and as long as we rename it here, it should be fine. And of course, we know there's no such thing as a snack. There's only a snake. There's no such thing as a snake, only a snack. Alright. So we have all of that. And this should set it to that. It's not going to transform, yeah. I think this is fine. As long as the parent, as long as the child gets added last, it should be fine. Alright, so in here, let's say if input.getKeyDown, right now we're just going to try to add segments with, let's say keycode.q. What we'll do is we will say instantiate. So this returns something that's good. It did the thing again. It did what thing again? Snake doesn't look like a word. Does snack look like more of a word than snake? It's literally like, what's the snake? Alright. So what we want to do is we want to instantiate, let's say, we want to instantiate resources.load, and this will be a game object, and we'll just load tail. Alright, so we should be able to instantiate this, and it should parent itself, like upon instantiation. And guess what? It's snack now. What do you mean? Well, what do you mean? What? You're right. What is snake? There's no such thing as a snake. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So yeah, this creates clones of the tail. That's good. That's what we want. All right. So in tail itself, I think we're going to have a game object that represents the previous position. But it then becomes a question of how we guarantee that they all update in order. I think of the word instantiate like so non-English instantiate. Like so non. Oh, is that Spanish or French? That's got to be Spanish, right? So the question is, how do we guarantee that the objects in the tail update in order? Well, okay, we can just, in the actual tail itself, I was going to put that in here, but maybe we don't need to. Maybe all we need to do, actually no, maybe we need to do this in player, right? Something like that. And we just remove the tail component altogether. That's probably fine. Because the player can take care of that. They can take care of updating the tail. How would I go about making a developer console? There's a couple ways. Let me see here. There's a couple ways you can do it. In the, God, where is it? Okay, that's not at all what I wanted this to do. But all right, so in the Unity asset store, there's a couple developer consoles. So like developer console. So there's assets for it. I think there's free ones. You could use that. If you want to do it, commands to call functions. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do something like that, there's some developer console stuff. I think C# also has an eval command. Eval. Does C# have eval? Let me see. There's got to be a way to do it, right? C# eval. Is there an eval function? Like evaluate? Yeah, I think it's... Wait. Data table columns expression? No, not like that. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. You could also hook up Lua, and then you could just have Lua scripts, and you could just basically execute Lua scripts as your console commands. But I thought there was a way to do evaluate. There's got to be a way, right? C# evaluate. There's got to be a way to do evaluation. So there's code analysis. There's code analysis C#.scripting. So you could do this. Or you could go with Moonsharp. And you could try to get Moonsharp and Unity to play together, and then with that you can write, with Moonsharp and Lua you can write, basically you can just console script and stuff like that. Okay. I will then make the radio fully hidden. Right, so with this should add HR snack in game object find snack. Alright, so we can just find ourselves. Okay. And we don't need to say transform.parent. All we need to say is we need to instantiate this. Since we instantiated this, what we need to do is we need to say for each. Well, now the radio button is hidden for spawning. I think I'll make it like object equal for to spawn the radio. Challenge, by the way, is for you to find the hidden radio in the game. Okay. So say for each. Alright, I can do that. So for each tail in new list of, let's say, game object. Here. So for each of these, then we want to put that down there. Then we'll get the snack there. I mean, really, we could find the snack first, but it doesn't really matter. We'll say tail.transform.parent. So this will now cause the tail cause the tail to spawn in the player script, which I think is correct. I think that's what we ultimately want. So let's see if we press Q. Yep, we get tails right there. Cool, everything's good there. So now in here, in fixed update, this is where things get fun. So things you won't be able to call the grabbing.cs script because the grabbing script is on every object. That just won't work. Okay. So let's say for each offset in that. So this is where the player moves, but what we need to do now is we need to say for each, and we actually need to use a true for each loop now. But the interesting thing is that we can't really store previous position of, well, no, actually we can. So what we can say is we can say for each of our previous position in a new list of vector 3, and then this will be, let's say transform.position. And so we'll store the previous position for the actual head here. And then what we'll do is in, we don't need this formatted this way, but it's fine. So for each thing in the actual tail, we need to store the previous position. So we'll say for each var segment in this is difficult. Well, wouldn't have to go .selected object equals something like that, because the variable gets set by UI element. There is functions for that. Spawn manager.radioselect is an alternative. Oh, okay. So we need to go through each segment in transform. So that'll be that if segment if segment is not equal to transform, no, it's not transform, it's transform.parent. Parent, right? Because we need to go through those. If segment, or no, well, you could say transform.parent.index of. No, child. Really, you can't get the index of a child by. Interesting. Okay. Say for each segment in transform.parent, if segment is equal to this, or is equal to transform. Why? That's really an object? That's weird. Segment is equal to this, is not equal to this. Then what we want to do, I wouldn't have needed functions, but you know, UI elements. Yeah, UI can be interesting. So the segment is not equal to the transform. Then what we want to do is we want to say that segment, I want to say segment.transform, let's say segment dot, I think you have to use the functions because I made select object variable protected, I think. Normally, well, I mean, it depends on how you're accessing it. If you're using reflection, yeah, it depends on how you're doing it. Like if you're doing it through Moonsharp, I don't think the Lua environment will let you modify protected variables, but I might be wrong. But if you're doing it through like C# and you have reflection, or if you have the permissions for reflection, then you can modify the protected stuff. Or you can call whatever you want, really. So we're going to say segment.transform.position is equal to the previous position. Is that right? Oh my god, my brain is like melting from this logic. I think this is right. And then we do that. Alright, because what we have is we have the previous position, which is where the transform was before it moved. So the head moves, and then we have the previous position. That's where we want the new object to be, but we want to store its current position into previous position. So we need for each var temp in new list of vector3, and then we would say that this is equal to the segment.transform.position. That way we store the segment's current position, and then what we do is we say that, let's say if vector3.0 is equal to the temp is equal to segment. Or we'll say temp is equal to, oh god, my brain. Alright, so store the segment's previous position in temp. So no, we want to say previous position. is equal to temp. That's what we want to do. Why does it not like that? Oh, right, because we don't have this. Can we not assign an iterator variable? Really? You can't assign an iterator variable in C#? Ooh, that's not good. Yeah. Wanna know what I don't like about C# void? Like, bro, just be literally every other language and use func or function so I can return whatever I want. Well, it's not every other language. There's a lot of languages that have a null return type, or they have a void return type. Well, Python, like the Lua in Python and JavaScript are kind of rare in that they don't. But yeah. So we can't assign the previous position. Oh, that's... That's annoying. Okay. So what we can do is in here, sure, we'll create an empty. This will be player dot or tail dot previous position. Sure. Tail dot previous position. Yes. All right. And so what we'll do is instead of having for each here, what we can do is we can say previous position is equal to, let's say, data, and then we'll say data, no, it's not list of data, it's a list of game objects. No, it's a list of transforms. And then the transform will be find object of type data. Then we'll say dot find, no, dot transform dot find. And we'll find a child such that it's called that. So I'll have that as the previous position. Now what we can do is we can say transform dot position is equal to previous position dot that. And now we can say previous position dot position is equal to temp. Yes. Okay. By the way, how would I go about assigning properties with only the get thingy in the same script? How would I go about assigning properties with only the get thingy in the same script? Properties with only get. So if the property only has get, you can't assign it. That's what that means. Unless it has both get and set. So for instance, like time.delta time, this is a property, but it only has get. It means that you can't set it. You don't have the ability to do that. That's what properties, that's what the get means, that it means that you can only get a copy of it. You can't actually touch it. So I think this will work if I did this right, which is probably not right, but you know, let's try. No, it's not doing it. Why is it not doing it? All right. So what we want to do. Then what's the point of making properties that only get if I can't set it? The point is specifically so that you can't set it. So for instance, time.delta time, it wouldn't make any sense if you could set this. So yeah, that's the whole point, is it's to tell people that they're not supposed to set it. Usually that's for like computed values or something, but yeah, that's what it's for. Is it's basically for telling people, hey, you're not supposed to touch this, and making sure they don't touch it. If you're talking about like adding your own properties, like how would you do it? If you mean like how would you do, let's say public int, let's say I, and then get. Okay, so if you want to make a property like this, there's two things you can do. Well, one, you can do a protected set, and then this will mean that you can only set it in this script. You can also do a private set and set it in only that script. And then the other thing you can do is you can create a backing variable. So you can say private int, actual I, is equal to 0 or whatever, and then you can just say get return actual I. Actual I. That way. You can also, this is an expression defined version, but you can also just write a method here. Then you can say return actual I as well. So all of that, yeah, all of that's equivalent. Basically the get just, basically the get just creates this for you. But if you want to do it that way, there's a bunch of different things you can do with that. So why is this not working? This is in segment in transform.parent debug.log. Let's say. Oh yeah, what does it does? Well, the arrow does a couple different things. In this case, you can create like expression defined members. So for instance, if you had, like, let's say you had a public class square. This is like the classic example for it. If you have like int width, and say int height, then you can say that the int area is equal to width times height. And in this case, it's just like a miniature sort of method, but it's called an expression defined member. I mean, you could do the same thing to say, public int area, or get area. Then you could say like return width times height, And so people were like, this is stupid, we just want to write this. And so yeah, that's what that does. In terms of like a lambda, it's the same thing. So like in Lua, you can say, function whatever, and, print, hello. So that's kind of a lambda in Lua. And then in C#, the same thing is, console.writeLine, hello. So why use if you can just do area? Well, because you can't though. So if you do, in this case, so you can't just do area equals width times height. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but if the actual thing changes, like you can't do this because, these two things aren't assigned at runtime. And so you would need to do, you could do public, square or whatever. And then you could say area, area equals width.height. You could do something like that and, maybe make these protected. Or maybe just, public with a get. Well, actually, we don't need to do, no, actually, wait, get. Then you could do protected, set. Do something like that. Something like that. Let's see. So you could do this, but then you might have some issue where, well, you have an area. But then let's say you had someone, you had some function where you did like, public void resize, right? And then, int, new width versus int new height, right? Now you'd have to recompute the area and you'd have to remember how to do it. And so it's just easier to say that area is equal width times height because that's like a mathematical expression. And so now you don't, in this case, you wouldn't have to remember to change the size or anything. So yeah, that's why you would do it. It's just things that it's just for things that are easier to compute, It's just easier to recompute it than it is to bother with trying to, keep it up to date. But okay, let's see how this works. All right. Previous position is equal to that, yes. So the problem is that the previous position is never captured from the player. So we would say if previous position previous position.transform, dot position. We're going to say that's equal to transform.position so that we can store this. It is equal to that. Let's say vector3 dot 0 is not equal. Well, I mean, it doesn't actually matter. Okay, so that should store the previous position. And then for each segment, let's debug.log segment. All right, let's try this. Let's see what we get. It's kind of like always updating set, but outside of void update. Is kind of like an always updating. Well, it's an always updating get. It only gets stuff. It doesn't actually do setting. Oh, check that out. We have a snack. We have snack. Snack runs. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's not great, but we can deal with it. Oh, something's broken. Okay. There we go. Look at Snick. I love it. Why can you do playing in Twitch but not? I don't know. I don't know why Twitch decided to do that. Look at Snick. Snick move. Okay, I like Snick. Alright. It took way too long to figure out. But I think we have accomplished our goal, right? We haven't used any. Nope, there's only the two. I love it. Alright. And I think this needs to be a little bit faster, right? 0.25? Is that too fast? Snick is green line. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just decided to add some color to it. But I mean, of course, now we have to figure out how to stop it from overlapping itself, but, you know. It's working a little bit better, at least. And I think we still die if we go out of bounds, right? Die. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so we have that working. So now we need to figure out how to find the previous position. Interesting. There's some interesting things that are going to come up from this. Okay. So what we need to do is when the snake is moving, when it gets to the last segment, well, no. We basically need to have like an invisible, well, no. We need to have like a hidden sort of segment to it. And the idea is that that segment will also follow along, it'll be invisible, and it'll be like non-active. But the idea is that when the snake grows by 1, we activate that segment, we create a new one. Yeah, okay. We gotta do something like that. Alright. So let's think through this. So this is the tail.previous position, right? And that at the end will give us the position. So basically what we need to do is we need to check if the snake we need a variable for whether or not the snake needs to grow. And really, yeah, we just need a variable for whether or not the snake needs to grow. Which is fine, we can do that. Nope. Nope. Interesting. Alright. So we need a create empty. We'll say snack.grow dot say does will not grow. And then if I don't know why these are like that. So snack.will not grow. Alright, welcome back. So what we're going to do is we're going to, whenever we do this, we need to check, instantiate the tail. we need to instantiate this at, what is it? It'll be the object. We need to basically find the, so we need to do GameObject.find. And we need to find the, or no, we need to find the data. Find object of type data. And then we need to get, or no, we need to find from that, or no, .transform.find. .find. We need to find the snack. No, it's the tail dot previous position. Previous position. So we need to find that, and then it's at the transform dot position. So that's the position of it. And then what we need to do is we need to say quaternion identity. So that will spawn it at the previous position, at the last previous position of the tail. So this should spawn it in the correct position. There's some very interesting new lines. Yeah, well, what I'm doing is it's at the end. Well, actually, you're right. This needs to be not there. No, this needs to be here and here. No, wait, it needs to be here. So what it is whenever this method has 3 arguments, so there's 3 lines here, and then this is a continuation of this statement. And I do that mainly because this is the target. Every other programmer, click Fusion, new line. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I try to break the statements at reasonable points because this is the target and then this is the method that gets called in it. And yeah, I think this is fine. And these are on the same level. Like, there's no indentation here because these are basically consecutive statements for the most part. And this one would be too. It's like a consecutive statement. There's no point in indenting it. So it's something like this. I think this is roughly right. So actually, we don't even need the snack.will.grow. We don't need this, actually, now that I think about it. But I think this will transform it, or this will spawn it at the correct position. Yeah, there we go. All right. So now the question becomes, how do we detect all the parts of the tail? This is how you normally do it normally. This is how, okay. Well, So there's actually different, so on different systems, there's different new lines. So for instance, like on Windows, it's /r/n, so it's a, I can't remember, is it /n/, no, it's /r/n. It's a carriage return and then a line feed, whereas in Linux systems, it's just a new line. So depending on what system you're running on, the new line is weird. And actually they have, the same thing is true for like file separators as well. A lot of file systems will have, I think, even Microsoft had it, I think. They have like file.separator or something. It's weird. So let's think here. So the other thing that we need to do, which is we need to be able to detect any segment of the tail, and I'm not entirely sure how to do that. You won't believe how annoying it is to constantly type plus that, yeah. Well, I know it's super annoying. That's why I try to, I don't know. That's why I use the, what's it called? The string interpolation as opposed to adding variables into the string. So let's see here. So in fixed update, move, we do the movement, and then we want to do the bounds check somewhere. Check bounds. bounds. And then we want to check the actual tail. Check tail overlap. And so the way that we have to check the tail overlap is that we have to go through each segment and check that the head doesn't overlap it. So for each segment, we'll say if segment not equal to transform. Then what we want to do is we want to say if, let's say, segment dot, we want to basically check if two vectors are in the same place. So this is going to be an or, no, this is going to be an and. So if segment, so can you try Galabox in a few minutes because someone else is going to stream it in a bit. So I think you're talking about Vulcan, right? Is Vulcan going to do it? Hang on. I think we can take a break from this. But yeah, let me just figure out the tail stuff and then we can take a break from it. Because it has been going for a while. So let's say mathf dot, oh, okay, it's somebody else. Nines, okay. Dot round to int. Now let me try to get this working. And then I will look at it. Let's say transform dot position dot round to int. If that's position is equal to transform dot or segment dot round to int. So we're gonna have this in two expressions. So we do need to round these to the two integers. Transform dot position dot x. Then we'll have an and at the end here. Then what we want to do is we say vector3 dot 0. Or no, we'll say, actually we can just have this be a default if statement because it doesn't actually matter. Execution, alright. So I think this will work, and I think all we have to do is we have to say dot y and dot y. So if we're overlapping any of the tail segments, then we need to say game over, which is this. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll just try to make the tail. The reason I want to be with them when someone tries it is because the game doesn't tell you the controls. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So we're not dying now. That's good. So let's create a fairly long snake and then try to overlap one of the tail segments. We did not die. Why did we not die? Oh, there we go. Now we die. Okay. Cool. Because the game is now over. Awesome. All right. All right. Okay. So let me download. Hang on. Someone has mentioned me. What? Where is the mention? What? It's not. Why is it not showing anything? Okay, whatever. I think someone mentioned me, but I can't find it. No, really, where did I get mentioned? Okay. Whatever. Alright, so where is it? It's here? Sure, I guess I trust that. The other person's gonna start in 20 minutes. Oh, really? I can't. Can I not just grab this? Why can I not? Hang on. Give me that. Drag download. Oh, there we go. Okay. So interesting, this is a .rar. I don't have tools that can open that. Apparently Windows doesn't like that. I don't want to open with code. Let me see. PowerShell unpack rar. I thought you could do this. No, can't. I mean, I could install, what is it? Is it WinRAR? Is that what does it? But I just use zip files. I don't know. I mean, is RAR like a more compressed version? Also, what do you have with game data here? Resources, huh? Alright. Managed auto security, numerics. Actually not a link, interesting. Maybe adds a lot of junk. Alright. Let me open that, let me clear that. Alright. Alright, yeah, tell me whenever you have that up and ready to work with. I want to test this a little bit more. Okay, yeah, that definitely does work. A second while I recompile to zip. Maybe I can figure out who mentioned me in the meantime. Someone said something. I don't know who could have. Oh, it must be that. Alright. That must be the tag that did it. Okay. So let's have a look here. Everything's good there, everything's good there. Where you attach game object that sits close to player, and then you attach the camera. Instead of mid-based. Oh boy, that's amazing. Alright. Okay, tell me whenever you have the zip stuff up and running, otherwise, yeah. Okay, so we have this, that's all good. What we need to do is we need to, well, we have a couple things we need to do. One, we need to get the, what are they called? Like the little things that our snake eats. We need those. And I think, other than that, Dropbox just died. Dropbox. So sort of the question is, do we... I think what we need is, I guess, like the fruit things. Is mega.nz fine with you? I don't even know what that is. I really don't know what that is. Oh, that's not what I want. What on earth did that just do? New item, not existing. God. We're gonna call this fruit. I mean, if Dropbox doesn't work, then what we can do is we can just try to do this tomorrow or something, because that's probably better. Like, I expected this to go much quicker than it has. Never mind, it's working. Okay. Okay, so we update here, and then what we want is in the fruit. We want to check if we'll run this code. This code is going to determine actually, that's all fine. All right, what we need to do is we need to use system collections generic. And so all we need to do here is we need to actually check if our position, so check if position is equal to snack.head, head of snack. All right. Open, sure. Let's grab a download, direct download, F off Dropbox. Dropbox trying to tell me that I can only unload this with a RAR. Nonsense, sure. Oh my god, get this off of my screen. Okay, so we have, going to check this, and it's about 85%, 80%, 90% roughly. Come on. Okay. And now let's try this. This is, wait. This doesn't have the executable. Neither does that, actually. This is in data. Wait. No, there's no executable with this. It just has the crash handler and the DLL. Let me unpack all of this. Yeah, in here there's nothing that can actually be executed. I mean, it can be executed, but it wouldn't help. Yeah, Vast is kind of, fun. Alright, so we have tail at previous position. What we need to do is we need to check for the fruit if the transform dot position is equal to our current position. So yeah, tell me when you have the Avast stuff sort of sorted out. I'm very curious how we're going to add like the sort of psychedelic effects to this without doing, well, it shouldn't actually be that hard now that I think about it. It's just very inefficient. Yeah. But yeah, tell me, actually, it might be best to just wait till tomorrow on this, or wait until the other stream is done. That might actually be better, just waiting until the other stream is done. Because, I mean, there's like, yeah, like maybe 10 or something minutes left. And I don't want to get really started on this before, okay, this is time scaled at 0, that's fine. Where's the code for the comparison? It's right here. So what we need to do is we need to grab this. We need to check, basically, try now, okay. In here, let's try this download link. Actually, let me peek in this. Yeah, this has the exe on it. All right. And let us extract that. Yeah, that's fine. Get that off my screen. I don't know how to convince that stuff to only open on the other screen. And we'll deal with this in a second. Yeah, I mean all the antivirus stuff is kind of nonsense. Okay, let's check this out with Sandbox Game. Yeah, I know you protected it, whatever, I don't care. Unity. Or not Unity, but Microsoft thinks it protected my computer. Okay. Hold on. Oh, that was interesting. Sure, whatever. Alright, let's get some light. Oh, Q or E. Oh, interesting. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay, well, there goes that. Oh, there we go. Light, come back. Oh, the lights don't collide with anything? Oh, right, because they don't collide, you can just put them anywhere. Interesting. Oh, God. Exactly. Why did Unity get flames? Has someone ever made a Unity virus? You could encode a virus into Unity. I think it's actually not that hard. So let's spawn a ragdoll. I have, like, I want to click to spawn the ragdoll. That's... Oh, interesting. They do have some kind of collision. Oh, they're still kinematic, so you can really, like, really launch stuff. Well, that light's gone. Okay. Hang on. I really want to click to spawn stuff, so you can really just launch stuff way outside of the level. I really think name tags would really make this more fun. Yeah, you can just completely kill people with lights. It's great. Alright, so I really just want to... I want to click to spawn stuff, and I don't know why. Okay, let me see how the rotors actually work. So it rotates. Is it the bottom part that rotates? You can scale things up or down by pressing R and F. Oh. Interesting. So this only seems to scale one part of the rotor. It rotates that. So does it just rotate? Huh. Only controller shift while pressing, only scaled in one direction. That's interesting how that works. So what happens if I spawn like a ton of rotors all together? The rotor rotates in a circle. Oh, okay, so the central part is what rotates. Interesting. So we can just cause insane amounts of chaos. Actually, let's put a couple of cubes in here. I think what you probably need to do is you probably need like a control to like lock stuff in place. Yeah, it's very interesting. We've made a fluid simulation. What happens if I put a light in here and I just like run it through the rotors? A lot of the rotors tend to become sentient. Yeah, about right. I like how the light just maintains its velocity. They tend to become sentient. That's a great way to put it. Oh, there goes that light. It just left. All right. So this is no, those are grab and drag. Let's just again create a bunch of rotors. Let's see how long I can do this until my computer just like explodes. Try finding the hidden radio. Try finding the hidden, like where is it hidden? Is it hidden like in the level? Or is it hidden in the menu or something? Let's make a bunch of lights so that we can illuminate this. Low time scale, good for posing. Let's just turn the time scale up. And then just drop a couple ragdolls in here. That's funny. Can I put the time scale higher? The radio is a button, it's invisible though. It's a button that's invisible? I don't know, what do you mean it's a button that's invisible? Is it like a 3D button? Because it seems to not be... Huh, yeah, I don't know. Seems to not be there. Ooh, you can turn everything to like slow-mo. Oh, interesting. Right, I forgot Unity had that feature where you can, like, it's not that. Interesting. Hint, it's not on the panel but next to it. Well, yeah, but like, oh, interesting, that, I don't know why that worked. But I mean, it's like not, it said it's next to it. But like, is it off screen somewhere? It's not giving me anything. Is it just like super tiny or something? Also, why is the circle not, okay, that's weird. It's not above it, it's also not below it. Yeah, I don't know. To the left. But like, where to the left? Yeah, seems to not be anywhere around here. Is it to the left of the actual screen? Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. I do just like knocking everything around with the lights. I think that's funny. It's really reshaping the liquid. Alright, I assume we're gonna go watch someone else try it out. Yeah, that's funny. I like that, that's fun. But anyway, I'll see your percentage guy. Kinda think this is fun. It really does just kinda act like liquid almost. It's kinda cool. Anyway, how do you actually... Is there no way to exit? You have to just Alt-Tab, I think. Oh, I'm running 2 instances of it. Okay. Alright. That's all fine. So what I will do is I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll try to get this snake stuff working. We'll try to get snake. We'll try to get the snake eating like different fruits and stuff, or the fruits and stuff, and growing from that. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, and I am back. So, let us continue with this. So what we're doing is we're developing a game of Snake in Unity, but we're not using any semicolons. So the first thing, or the next thing that we need to do is we need to get it so that the snake will eat fruit. And so one way to do that, or the way that we're going to do that at least, is we are going to, well, we need to check if the transformed opposition is equal to the snake, or the head of the snake. So the way that we can find the actual head of the snake, so we can say find the actual head, so we can say that the head is equal to, let's say, a new list, or not equal to, sorry, for each in a new list of, let's say, what is it? It's probably a transform that we're going to find. Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll say find, and then we will just find head. Actually, no, it's not transform. My bad. It's game object. But no, it is transform because we're going to find a game object, but we're going to get the transform of it. Yes, that's fine. Find head.transform. I still don't understand why you need game object. Not find. Maybe I just don't understand it. Like, maybe I guess because mono behavior has a destroy. I guess that makes sense. Never mind. I understand. So we find the head, that's the position. Then we'll say head.transform or just head.position.x. So if the head's x position and the head's y position is equal to our x and y, then we want to instantiate a new piece of the tail. That's what this does. And then what we'll do is we need to, where does this end? This ends here. Is that right? No, that's wrong. Alright, actually, no, this is fine. Okay. Why? Okay, I know what my problem is. The problem is that didn't have a thing associated with it. There we go. Really? That's too many? Just a little bit off right now. Okay. Actually, no, this is fine. Okay. So we assign the head, and then for each position, or for each, well, no, not for each. We get the position of the head, we compare it to our current position. If it's equal, then we spawn the tail, right? And so now the issue is that all of this needs to go. I know I have the indentation all messed up here. Actually, this is fine. Okay, so we'll do that, and then what we need to do is we need to remove this. So gameObject.destroy. Let's check this out. Oh, there's no... That could be a problem. That could be a serious problem. That could be a serious problem. Because I don't know... I'm trying to think. This could be a serious problem because I don't know how we can invoke something that has a void return type. Actually, wait a minute. Can you... is there any way... So we might be able to do it with reflection. Oh, that's a question. How do we do that? We have destroy. We have destroy immediate. We also have destroy object. That's deprecated. That's don't destroy on load. That's destroy immediate. Ooh, I don't think there's any way to do this. At least not without reflection. How could we do this with reflection? Oh, that's such an issue, though. That's such a problem. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that. Trying to think. I really can't think of any way that you could do this. because, oh no, that wouldn't work. Oh, I think we actually can't. Is there any cheeky way to do this? I don't think so. I'm trying to think of something where, like, we hook this up to some kind of Unity event, and then we trigger the event, but I don't know that the event... What kind of things have Unity events attached to them, even? So let's think through this. So we have effects, right? Hey, how's it going? Plus Ultra Nico? How's it going? We are trying to make a game in Unity without using any semicolons, and we have gotten relatively far, I would say. So trying to make Snake, basically. And we do have a thing where we can move our little snake around. Right now I'm trying to figure out how I can actually destroy something without using a semicolon, and it's really difficult. Yeah, I've gotten pretty far. It's just, you know, we also have like the fruit type thing, so... Okay, I'm seeing, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can actually destroy something without a semicolon, and I can't think of how to do it. I don't think there's any way to do it. There's physics. There's events. This is an event trigger. Add an event type. So we can use this to create Unity stuff. Or we can do that. There's some events. There's physics raycaster, touch input mode, stand up input. If we can register some kind of action, can we execute the action though? That's just it's very hard to do because you can. It's just very hard because the problem is. Sorry to interrupt, but I know nothing about software development. Oh, okay, no, it's good. You're not really interrupting. I don't know. I'm just doing this so that people can see the interesting thing that I'm doing. I hope it's interesting. But yeah, no, it's good. So I guess, do you want to learn software development, or do you want to learn like game development? I mean, you say it's interesting. I assume you want to learn it. I assume that's why you'd watch. So let's see. And you're learning it, okay. So are you trying to learn Unity, or are you trying to, I guess, what are you learning in software development? Like, do you want to learn game development, or do you want to do something else, like application stuff, or maybe web development, or what? Let me try to think, what can I do? Scripts is rendering. Where are we going with this? Can I throw a new exception? Let's say system.exception. No, I can't do that. I can say var action equals something. I have a subject called programming in C. Oh, okay. Yeah, programming in C is fun. C, the thing with C is that you don't get, it doesn't give you a lot to work with, but you can do a lot of cool things in C that you can't do, well, that you really wouldn't want to do in other languages, but you can do some cool things with it. It's very, like, C is a very good language to learn just because it teaches you a lot about the actual structure. Yeah, subject for programming in C, but yeah. C is a good language. It teaches you a lot about, like the structure of programming and how it works. And I would just say hang in there. It's kind of, I know it's kind of tough to learn. But yeah, I mean, I know that I struggled with C a little bit whenever I was working with it. I'm trying to think here. Really trying to think. Like I'm really pushing the limits of this language to see what I can actually do with it. And from India, so that I'm watching India, so it's midnight here. Well, I admire your dedication. Yeah, I know that I do get a lot of people from different countries. But yeah, I mean, if you have like questions or something about software, you can totally ask. Like, I'm just kind of, I'm trying to do something for fun. I'm not really doing anything that's worth doing. But basically, you know how in C where you have to terminate things with like a semicolon. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to write code like completely without semicolons, and I've succeeded for the most part. I just have them in the imports, but anything else I don't. So that's what I'm trying to do, and I've reached like a serious limitation here. I'm trying to think of a way around it, but I really can't. I don't know if I can think my way out of this. I think we might actually just not be able to do this, which is sad. But yeah, I don't know. What made you want to do software development? So let's say, so we can say GameObject.destroy, right? So we can create this. We can create this action. Why do you not like this? Really? Can't assign it to an implicitly typed, eh? That's interesting. So now if we do action.invoke. So this is also a void method. But if we begin the invoke, that's an async. So we can't yield return. I wonder if I can assign an IEnumerable to something that does a yield return now, because this can begin an invoke. So if we could find a way to assign this, which I think we can do, because I think what we can do, if I know what I'm thinking, if I know what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I went through an internet issue. Oh yeah, yeah, the internet. Yeah. I wonder is mine? Okay, so it's not my internet. Yeah, I was wondering what made you want to do software development. Let's say this is invoke. For each action in a new list of actions. We'll do this. So is this valid? Okay, so that's valid. Wait, no, it's not. Oh wait, no, yes it is. That's valid. Yeah, okay. So now we just have to find a way to invoke stuff without a semicolon. And should that be true? Trying to think what's the way to do this. I mean, because we can't compare this, unfortunately. 15, and I'm doing computer engineering. Ah, okay. Oh, okay, I see. So you're doing, so as part of your programming, sort of part of your computer engineering sort of program, they're having you do computer programming. I see, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I was gonna do computer engineering in college, but I just didn't. Like, I was kind of torn between that and computer science. Can I get the type of this? No, I can't. Okay, but it's used like a type. Yeah, I know. It's so sad. Learned about hardware and software both. Yeah, it's kind of like computer engineering, from what I understand, was more. It's more like you do kind of both hardware and software. Like I understand a lot about the software, but like the hardware is kind of mysterious to me. Oh wait, but I can invoke this and then I can null coalesce, right? Really? We can't null but this would return null. No, I guess it wouldn't. But we could get the method and then invoke that. So if we invoke this, if we invoke it on this itself, and then we pass in nothing, right? that should work. I think this is right. So from my experience, so from your experience, is software or hardware more difficult? They're difficult in different ways. It depends on how much you need to know about it. So I mean, it depends on what kind of stuff you like to do as well. So for people who are more creative, like software is probably a lot easier because you can do a lot of creative stuff in software. Whereas people who are more like mathematical, they tend to not like the software part because the software part is it has a lot of weird limitations, and also people who do math or who are more mathematical just tend to not be as good at it. So they tend to shoot themselves in the foot a lot and not notice. What is currently more in demand? What is currently more in demand? I couldn't tell you. It's hard to say. I mean, I would say there's plenty of it. It also depends on like the part of the country that you're looking for a job in. Like I'm from the U.S., so I only know about the U.S. market. I mean, it seems like there's like I've never looked for a job in hardware stuff, so I wouldn't know. But from what I have seen, is there seem to be roughly as many jobs in either case. There's plenty of demand. Like I only know about the U.S. market, so there's plenty of demand in the U.S. market. That's what I know. Log. I think I might have figured this out though. Hold on. Let's try this. I think this is gonna work. And if it does, then this is completely done. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. What if this works? Alright, let's find out. No! Sadness. Alright, what is your opinion on Indian software engineers? I mean, I don't really have an opinion on, I don't really have any opinion on people like Indian software engineers as people. Like, there are good software engineers that come out of India, and there are bad ones. I mean, same as with any other country or any other group of people. Like, so for instance, I think Venkat, isn't Venkat Indian? Venkat, because they earn a lot. Ah, okay, that's good. I think Venkat, isn't he Indian? I thought he was. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I thought Venkat was. No. What on earth? Oh yeah, he is. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, he really impresses me. So I mean, it just depends on the person, right? Like, it depends on the skill set that they have. Like, it's the same thing with any group of people. Like, some of them do, some of them are good, some of them are not. Doesn't match the target. Player plus C. Why does it not match the target? This doesn't match the target. Why does this not match the target? Player plus C enclosed. So can we not invoke this? Surely we should be able to invoke this on null. Or no, not on null, but on this. Very curious why the method non-static method requires a target. Oh, it is. You pronounce it as Venkat. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I feel kind of bad now. Yeah, okay. It's good to know that's how you pronounce it, so I won't ever do that again. So Venkat, okay. So if I said game object, then can I invoke this? Hold on. Can I do that? Really, you don't like that, huh? Alright. New object. You're welcome. There's nothing to feel bad about. Okay. I always feel bad. I mean, I feel bad because, like, in America, we don't, um, what's the word? We don't really pay attention to other parts of the world, and we should, and we just don't, and it just, I don't know. I always feel bad about it. Yeah. I don't know, but there's just so many other thing is there's so many other parts of the world. It's like hard to figure out which one to. Oh my god, it works. It's hard to figure out which one to pay attention to as well. Okay, well, I'm amazed that that works. But you know what? We're gonna take it. Hey, when do you regularly stream? Can I join if I have questions? Yeah, sure. So I regularly stream Monday through Friday. It should be on the schedule feature in Twitch. Let me see if I can find it. Wherever it might be. I want to see to make sure that it actually shows up because I might be wrong. Where is my actual schedule? Oh my god, where is it? Does the schedule not show up whenever you're streaming? That's really weird. Does it really not? Okay, that's odd. I don't know why the schedule doesn't show up when you're streaming. So yeah, it's usually Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. U.S. Texas, to, oh yeah, because it's midnight here. Yeah, if it's midnight there, I assume, so you're probably like 5 hours, no wait, midnight, right. You are 10 hours ahead of me, I think, roughly. So if you're 10 hours ahead, then that would mean, oh my god, I'm trying to do the time zone conversion. It would be something like 9 p.m. your time, I think. Because normally I started 3 hours ago at 11 a.m. my time. So I usually start 11 a.m. my time, US Texas, and then that's the first stream. So that's sort of a beginner focused stream, and yeah, online classes are a hell of an experience. Yeah, I can guess, I can imagine. But yeah, you feel free to join. Yeah, it's basically Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. US Texas to 1 p.m. is the first stream, and then there's one from 3 p.m. to 5 usually. Oh god, percentage guy. Feather radio, yeah. No, I have not. But yeah, plus Ultra Nico, feel free to join feel free to join anytime you want, anytime you see me online. If you click the follow button, it'll notify you whenever I stream. But yeah, feel free to join with any questions you have. Like that's the main reason that I'm doing this, is because I've been writing code for more than 10 years. So I kind of want other people to, learn and ask questions if they need it. Starts 9 a.m. morning and ends till 4:30 with no breaks. Oh wow. Oh my god, 9. I can't imagine having classes from 9 a.m. Well, actually, no, I can. So I had a programming class in college that started. Well, actually, college really sucks because they start their classes like all different times of the day. So you can have in college you might have a time where you have one class at 7 a.m. and then your next class is at 7 p.m. or something, or at 9 p.m. even worse. And that really sucks. That kind of stuff really sucks. But yeah, I can't imagine going from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. with no breaks. Oh my god. But anyway, figured out how to destroy the fruit, so I'm happy about that. So now, should be the case that when we do this, we can say using system. Yeah, what I figured out is that you can invoke a lambda on, especially if it's a static reference, you can invoke that. You can get the method and invoke the method manually, and that does return a value. Yeah, I can imagine it sucks, but hang in there. I know school's kind of tough, but hang in there. I don't know. There will be days later on. I don't know. Later on in your 20s, you'll wish that you could go back to school. I really do. I wish I could go back to school. That'd be amazing. It's so good. Being an adult sucks. It really does. But anyway, let's put this as fruit, and then let's remove this here. Then add fruit as the script. And we'll make these red, because I think traditionally in snake you traditionally eat apples. I think that's how it works. Although snakes themselves do not. Okay, so let us try this. Alright, so if I did this right, let's check this out. So if I did this right, whenever I go over one of these fruits, it should cause the tail to grow a little bit. Let's try this. Oh my god, it works. It's amazing. I'm so happy with this. I'm so happy. Oh my god, that's amazing. All without any sin. In India, schools over after 10th grade. Oh wow, interesting. So I assume you probably have, I actually don't know. I assume India has a better education system than the US, but I don't actually know that. I just know that the US education system isn't, like, it's traditionally thought of as not that good, and I can agree. Like, I've been in the education system in America. It's not, like, I mean, it's good to have, like, you know, free public education and all that stuff, but like the way that they teach is not optimal. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I figured that it's probably not very hard to have a better education system than the US. Like, I would have preferred that, because like I was bored in my education system. Oh wait. Oh, okay, 100%. Okay, I see. Yay, 100% was for it working. Okay. So you don't think the Indian education system is any better? It's a lot better. Oh, really? If you, I will literally breathe. Oh my god, percentage guy. Let me make some progress on like snake, and I will mess with it a bit later because I want to get this snake stuff done in one stream. Because otherwise, you know, it's gonna take us forever. Can add the LSD effects a bit later. Snack, yeah, you're right. Need to get snack done. Actually, let me correct the title. Percentage guy, why didn't you tell me about the stream title? It's been wrong this whole time. I had to correct it. You didn't tell me. Anyway, what we need to do is in the game manager, we need to check. We need to check something. Well, you didn't tell me. I had to tell you. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me I had to tell you. Well, but you told me about the one in the actual code, and like whenever I named it incorrectly in the world. Okay. So, couple things. I guess this doesn't necessarily need to be late update. Well, I didn't notice. I guess this doesn't necessarily need to be late update. I think it can just be update. So one of the things we can check is for game over. And then what we also need to check for is a couple of things. One of them, okay, if I leave now, can you please not feel bad because it's 1 a.m. I have to get some sleep. I wish I could stay a bit longer. Oh no, it's good. Plus, Ultra, you know, do whatever you need to do, man. You can always watch the VODs as well if you want to see this stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't feel bad if you left now. But yeah, thank you for tuning in, and I hope to see you again. If you ever have any questions, like, feel free to ask, man. I'll help you. Yeah, good luck with all of your engineering stuff. It's a lot of fun, especially the computer science parts. So let's check this out. All right, what I need to do is basically we need to figure out a way to spawn the apples every once in a while. Like, it's easy to do here with the fruit. It's easy to have it respawn itself. You can call. Oh, call you Sid. Okay. All right. See you, Sid. Do. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? Alright, so the problem is that I'm trying to figure out how to spawn. Good luck with coding, hope you be a billionaire. I hope so too, Sid. I hope so too. That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe one day. Maybe one day they'll be like, oh, you know, maybe Unity, maybe someone from Unity will watch this and be like, oh, you can write without, you know, you can write code without semicolons? That's quite a talent. We'll hire you. If anyone from Unity is watching, I would absolutely enjoy that. I would love to work for Unity. It would be great. But anyway, let's continue our misadventures in writing code with absolutely no semicolons here. All right. So what we need to do is we need to find some way to spawn the fruit. And we need to basically keep track of when we're going to spawn the fruit and how much to actually spawn. So one way I was thinking that we could do that is we have a way of storing data, but we could, because these aren't really integers, they are transform things. So let's think about, okay. We need to create empty. We need a way of reading and updating integers and stuff like that. So we need to say fruit to spawn, or maybe next fruit spawn time. Fruit.next spawn time. Fruit.next spawn time. Yes, okay. Percentage guy, if you ever work for Unity, you should improve Unity's particle system. You should fix UI. I hate Unity's UI system. Yeah, I would definitely fix the UI system if I could. So Percentage Guy, they're actually working on a new UI system that's based on like HTML and stuff. And if you want to mess with that, you can actually go to Window Asset Store, or no, not Asset Store. God damn it, I still do that. It's Window Package Manager. There's a way, yeah. So it's in, where is it? It's in the Unity registry. It's in UI Toolkit? Unity UI? No, this is the old UI. Where's UI Toolkit? Oh, right, there's a thing you have to do to enable, oh God, how did you do it? There's a way to do it. There's a way to enable previews, and I can't remember what it is. But yeah, have you watched Danny yet? I have not. I know what his stuff is about, though. Like, I know that he loves milk, and he is really funny. But anyway, it's called UI Toolkit. Unity UI Toolkit. Yeah, if you look this up, this should tell you how to actually install everything. Oh yeah, add gate package from URL. This will tell you how to install it, but it's based on like CSS and stuff like that, or XML, or I think it's UXML and USS, which is basically like XML and CSS. So that's what it is. That's a thing you can do. Unity loves particle. He loves the Unity particle systems. Great system. Yeah. So in fruit.next spawn time, we can store this in the transforms position.x. And I think that's fine. So what we'll do is in update, what we'll say is if, let's say find object of type data. If you want to recommend, oh no, never mind. I was gonna say, if you ever talk to Danny, recommend that he watch this stream, because I think it's a cool system. Or, you know, issue a challenge to Danny, see if he can make a game without any semicolons. That'd be kind of fun. Let's see what he can do with that. Let's see. Get child, not get child. Yeah, probably get child actually. And where is it in the children? It's 0. That's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4. So we get child at 4. We say transform.x. So this will be the next spawn time. And we'll say if time.time is greater than that, time.time is greater than that. Then what we do, how much Unity's particle system will you have? How much of Unity, how many particles will I have? Oh, depends on the time. Depends on like how much time I have to devote to this. I do like to add a lot of the particles though, because they do make things look a lot better. But I really want to just get the game mechanics done so that we can actually start adding the effects and stuff like that. So let's check this out. So this is .position.x, it's greater than that. If it is, we also have, we need to check, like there needs to be a maximum number of fruits and also a next spawn time. So I don't know what the max, I think the maximum number will have to be hard-coded, which is kind of annoying, but I think it'll be fine. But anyway, if this is, if we have that, and then if we have, let's say, find objects of type, and then we'll say fruit, because this is a good way to get a count of the number of fruits we have. So if that's greater than, let's say, or if it's less than, we'll say 4 is the max, right? And we don't actually want to do it this way, we don't want to count. Is it? Oh, it's a length. It's an array. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, we'll probably try to add as many particles as we can. Doing the color lerp stuff without any semicolons, though, that's going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do that. But we'll find a way. All right, so this will check both conditions. If there's less than 4 fruit and the time is greater than the next spawn time, then what we do is we need to reset the next spawn time. So we need to say find object of type data. All right, so I mean we can actually put a for each loop here with for each. Actually, no. We probably need to store the next spawn time in, and this is going to be like the transform. So we're going to grab the transform like that. Then we'll say next spawn time dot position.x, and not really? What do you think this is? Why? But this returns an object. I don't understand. Transform. Okay. Oh yeah. How did the gravel box thing go with the other streamer? Were they able to? Did the other person find the button? I want to know that. Did they find the radio? For spawn effect, is it smart to just instantiate a particle effect with the object? That's one way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Oh, they did. Okay. Well, then that sounds. I mean, I'll have to. Then I have to play it until I find the radio, right? I'll probably have to do that tomorrow, though. But yeah, I have to do it now, but I can't do it like right this second. I want to actually get the mechanics of Snake working, and then I can think about other things. But we're so close. So we have find object of type fruit. Then there's the length. Then we have that, and then so what we want to do is if the next spawn time is greater than that, that's fine. What we want to do is we want to instantiate the fruit. But yeah, for a spawn effect, you basically just instantiate the particle effect right next to or right on top of the object. What I usually do is I create like some kind of effect manager or something that just holds all the particle effects and it knows, and you just call it to spawn stuff. We might do that. Well, no, we can't do that with this. Oh man, spawning particle effects is going to be interesting with this. I don't know how we're going to do that. Because the thing is, no, actually we can just load from resources. Never mind, it's not that hard. I was going to say, we can't store a reference to the actual prefab. But okay. We need to do an instantiation here, so we need to say if null is equal to And then we will say instantiate. So we need to instantiate fruit, or no, we need to instantiate resources.load. Say resources.load, then we load fruit, and we'll say that we want a new vector3, which will be random.range. And this needs to be integers, actually. So if it's 0 to 10, yeah, okay, that's fine. Oh, we need the bounds. Oh, God. Oh. Need to actually get the bounds. Var bounds in, and how did we do it before? Was it was find object of type data.getChild0 dot getChild0 dot find, I think it's bounds, right? This was the transform. So we have a for each for that, and then we put this in here. Well, that's good. And then what we can do is we can say from minus bounds dot, well, we really want to do, we want to round to int, actually. So unfortunately, we have to do mathf dot round to int. No, actually, do mathf dot round to int. Okay, and this will be bounds dot x, or dot position dot x. All right, and then we will have this here. So that's the x, and then let's try. I think this is where we put that. Yeah, okay. Let's get the y, and then it'll be spawned at 0. So all of this, so we have y, and then we have y. And what if we do that? It doesn't like that. Why does it not like that? Oh my god. Do we only need, no, we don't only need that. No, wait, actually that's, what does it not like? No overload. Oh, right, because it's not. So we need that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this will end. This will terminate that. So we do that, and then we say quaternion identity. Then we do that. Wait, no, do that. All right, and that should spawn one piece of fruit. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, that'll spawn the fruit at a random position. And then we actually need to update the next spawn time to be something else. So we need to say if the next spawn time equals random.range between, I don't know, between, I don't know, 3 seconds. Yeah, we'll say between 2 seconds and, I don't know, 4 seconds. Really make you wait for it. All right. And then we'll say 0, or we'll say 0 is equal to this. Dot position. And this is actually a new vector3, or we'll say vector3, it really should be vector3 dot right times that. Really? You don't like that? Why do you not like that? Oh, right. We can say vector3 dot 0. Because it needs just compare to a vector3. Okay, there we go. And that executes as a statement. Now I believe if I did this right, that should spawn fruit every once in a while. I think that's true. Oh, something died. What died? Dot bounds, so it couldn't find that. 0.find, oh, map.bounds, right, okay. Okay. So surely there is a fruit that's going to spawn at some point, right? Or is something else not working? Why is that not working? Okay. For each bounds. Spawning fruit. Why you not work? And greater than, which that should be, right? So we're getting these from the same place. It's checking in here. So why is it not checking here? What am I doing wrong? Working on the ability to toggle the rotor. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that. So I was going to ask that as a question. Okay, so it doesn't seem... oh, that's the problem. Right. Aha. I found it. Alright. Adding pistons first. Fine, but with some of the files already there. I can't wait till you get the welding working. It's going to be really fun to weld to weld a bunch of things together and see what you can create. Just like welding a bunch of what are they called? Oh god. Rolling a bunch of the rotors together and just watch Unity try to deal with it. Or welding a bunch of pistons together. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it is getting to that point. Ah, okay. So that's an issue. That's not what we want. So that's happening a little quick. Okay. What is happening? So next spawn time dot position is equal to that times random dot range. That should be the x value. Why is that not working? In that, so that creates a list there, yes. Time.time greater than next spawn time dot position dot x. So why, so why are we getting a multiple, why are we doing this multiple times? Spawning fruit. Let's try this. Then what's the actual next spawn time? Huh, that's interesting. We're only getting 4 copies of fruit, but I don't know. That's interesting. Why are we only getting... is it because... That's weird. Whenever we spawn one, it doesn't seem to be... Like, it doesn't really matter because it works, but it's not what I want it to do. And that's what bothers me about it. Oh, if time.time greater. Ah, okay, that's the issue. That's what we need to do. Alright. So I think this is like the final thing that we need to do. Yeah, check that out. There we go. Well, that's interesting, if those two spawn together like that. Okay, I mean, I guess it's fine. Not that it really matters. But yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Alright, and so now we've got to add all the crazy effects, but we can do that later. Yeah, oh my god, that was quite a challenge to make this actually work. It doesn't reset, but I don't care. I'm not messing with that. Yeah, I think that's Snake with no semicolons, as it were. Yeah, I'm fairly impressed with myself that I got that working. Yeah, alright. So now, just need to make it a little bit harder, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. But anyway, just to sort of prove that we don't have any semicolons, so we hit the semicolon key. Whoa, oh right, because we have the debug.log. Anyway, got rid of that one, so we only have the two here. We only have 4 scripts. Data doesn't have anything in it. So we can look in here. We only have the 3. Yep. It's fruit, and then in player, we only have the 3. There we go. Yep. It's a whole game of Snake in Unity with no semicolons. Aha. Alright. So now, what's going on, percentage guy? I really like the piston noise. Okay. Alright. My brain is completely fried. What is screwed on my mouth? It's pretty neat. Alright, yeah, get it into the game, and tomorrow I can hear it. But I am going to call the stream here because my brain is completely fried. That was very challenging. That was like literally one of the most challenging things I've ever done, is build Snake with no semicolons. And yeah, wrapping my brain like around a lot of this is just, ugh. And then also, I can't believe I discovered this, since anything, well actually no, this just means that we can invoke static methods, but alright, I'm gonna send you the sound of DC. Okay. I will listen to it a bit later and tell you about it, but I am going to call the stream here. Thank you guys for watching, and yeah, tomorrow we will do, I'm not going to do a second stream today because this one went super long. Well actually, wait a minute. This would be when the second one starts. But yeah, I'm not going to do a second one because my brain is completely fried. But tomorrow, back to regularly scheduled sort of programming. We will do beginner stream tomorrow. Hopefully we'll finish the Acid Droid stuff, and then we can start on Snake and make an actual like proper Snake clone and have some fun with it. But anyway, I will see you guys. Thank you for watching.